Hi, this is Natalie in the edit. I wanted to provide a preamble for this already 4.5 hour long episode. The first thing is that I want to give a content warning that at around the 4 hour and 3 minute mark, we get into a pretty heavy discussion about grief. It's one of the major themes of this movie, but I just think that that's worth acknowledging. Some of our more haunted viewers, it might be good to skip forward about 15 minutes at that point. I also just wanted to acknowledge the composer for this movie, Jóhann Jóhannsson. We spend a lot of time talking about his work in this episode, but I'd never actually acknowledged that he passed away in 2018. And so I just wanted to lay that out, and I really hope that this episode can be a celebration of his life and work, and I really hope that his memory can continue to be a blessing to those who knew him. And without further ado, let's get into the episode.
Hello and welcome to Season 1, Episode 4 of Should Have Sent a Poet, a podcast about the stories we tell beyond the stars. Today we're observing 2016's Arrival from a black site in Montana. My name is Natalie Bickelhop, and I'm joined by my co-host, Natalie Epstein-Hogue.
Hi, I'm Natalie Epstein-Hogue. Yeah, we're at a black site, a different black site from where we usually record. Someone needed to come in and pressure wash one of the UFOs at the black site where we usually record. Pressure washers, they make a really loud and low frequency noise. It's really bad for recording podcasts. So We're over at a different black site in the same complex.
We're at my personal black site.
I can only share that we're within SCP 46002, the state of Massachusetts.
The beautiful, beautiful state of Massachusetts.
I may have said too much.
We've said more on previous episodes, to be fair.
This is a podcast with primary sources also.
Yes, it is. A little bit of inside baseball. Today it's our recording day. It's a Sunday, and it has been a series of mishaps and misadventures. And we're recording almost 5 hours after we intended to start. So things are happening, and we're finally recording.
But you know what? For any of our movies, for that to be the case, I'm glad it was this one, because Arrival is my favorite movie ever.
Yes.
I think in racking my brain for other movies that I might have more favorites of, I can't find anything. I think Arrival is my favorite movie ever.
It certainly is one of the better favorite movies of all time. It's in my Letterboxd top 4. I adore this movie more than I can really articulate. I think it is one of the best movies ever made, and it's definitely one of the best, if not the best, first contact movie ever made.
Yeah, I would agree. I think as far as first contact alien movies go, this whole arc has been we did Contact, we did Close Encounters of the Third Kind, we did Signs, and now we're doing Arrival. This entire arc we've been doing has been about that sort of that pre-contact story paradigm, and sort of it's we've got an episode coming up after this where we're kind of going to compare and contrast all of these movies. But I agree with you that I think Arrival, more than any of the other movies we've watched in this arc, is just dealing with these themes on such a prescient level. It's a breath of fresh air.
Absolutely.
That's how I feel about a lot of Denis Villeneuve's movies, but especially this one.
Yes, he's a very special filmmaker, and I think Arrival, looking at the first contact movies we've watched so far, I think Arrival handles the subject matter with the most care, seriousness, and density of subject matter, where this is a movie about first contact, but it's also about, love, free will, and what you do in the face of not having it, and colonialism and geopolitics. It's such a narratively and thematically dense film.
Yeah,
that it's unparalleled in a lot of ways.
And it also has all of that delicious hard science fiction for
Yes.
us to get into. And it this film is really centered around linguistics, which I think is so refreshing as hard sci-fi goes. I think,
Yes.
I love a film that really gets into the weeds of physics and chemistry, but like linguistics is a study that it doesn't get its flowers as much.
No, it doesn't, and it's really great to see a movie so interested in the part of First Contact that we don't really like get to explore and experience very often. And I think this is, I don't know, this is a real First Contact sickos First Contact movie, I think.
Yeah.
Because it touches on the niche subjects that most movies want to handwave, because communication being difficult between the aliens and the humans kind of bars a lot of possibilities in a way. But Arrival looks at that friction and says that is what the movie is about.
Yeah.
The friction of communication is the thing that this movie focuses on, and I think other movies chafe at that and want to be about something else. And I think that's what makes this so special.
Yeah. And before we get into background on the film, I want to add that a little bit later on in the episode, so it's easier to keep you listening. This is a podcast with primary sources now. I had the wonderful opportunity to sit down with Robert Aiki Aubrey Lowe, who worked with Johan Johansson on the score for this film. His voice is like all over the soundtrack. Robert and I had the opportunity to play a show together at Boston City Hall in March of last year. And we've stayed in touch ever since. He's a really cool guy. I'm really grateful that he lent his viewpoint and his anecdotes about this film.
Yeah, it's a really wonderful interview, and I'm really excited for everybody to hear it and get a better look at how this movie was made. And I think it's really exciting that we can be that source a little bit. Like, this podcast has that moment to add a little bit of context to the film as a production, as well as a piece of art that has been released into the world.
Yeah.
I think that's really exciting.
Yeah.
And
although don't get your hopes up, I don't know any other film composers yet.
Yet. Emphasis on yet. Yeah, so on the
if you're
show,
a film composer, get in touch.
if you're in anything in film, if you're a creative at all, get in touch. We want to talk to you.
Yeah.
So yeah, on this show, we watch your favorite First Contact and space exploration movies to discuss what they say about humanity and our wider world. If that sounds like something you're going to enjoy, check the show notes for our social media and how you can participate in our Q&A episodes. Specifically, you can send questions, comments, concerns, opinions, anything you like to submissions.
Maybe not hate mail.
No, I don't encourage hate mail.
It would make me sad. I'd cry.
Yeah.
You don't want me to cry.
No, don't make Nat cry. But it's submissions at poetspod.com, and we will read that, and you may end up on a Q&A episode of some sort, which is really exciting. And with housekeeping out of the way, is there anything we want to touch on before we talk about pre-production stuff?
No, I think let's get right into it. I'm excited.
Amazing. And reminder that this is a spoiler cast, so go watch the movie. So 2016's Arrival is directed by Denis Villeneuve and written by Eric Kaiser, and it stars Amy Adams, Jeremy Renner, and Forrest Whitaker. It's based on the novella Stories of Your Life by Ted Chiang. Released in 2002, it is available in his collection Stories of Your Life and Others.
Amazing read.
Yeah,
I recommend the short story that this movie is based around. I also really recommend everything else in that novella. It's quite good.
Yes,
I really loved. I don't think I'm going to get another chance to talk about it, but I really loved the short story that accompanies. It's like it's like either before or right after the Story of Your Life novella. And there's one where like a TBI patient gets an experimental serum infusion that makes him super intelligent.
Yeah.
And it's this really great story that culminates in what I think would end up being a really funny scene on film, where this guy, I'll paraphrase, but this guy, he gets the super intelligence serum injections. It was an experimental procedure, and no one knew that it would give him super intelligence. So he's like trying to be slick and fly under the radar and not get like taken to an army black site. And then he like discovers that someone else has like also had the same path and is on the super intelligence journey, and he's like, I need to destroy them. and the story culminates and him walking into this guy's apartment. The other super intelligent guy is waiting there for him, and they just like have this like psychic battle that's like super intense in the narrator's tone of voice. But like you read about this scene and you imagine your mind's eye, and it's just like two guys standing in a living room trying to like give each other a heart attack by looking too intensely.
Oh, that's so awesome.
So that's my recommendation for Stories of Your Lives and Others, the compilation book.
Absolutely. Go read it. It's really amazing, just like the film, which the film follows a linguist who has been tasked with determining whether a race of aliens are friend or foe after first contact. Racing against time, she attempts to bridge a communication gap with the aliens and the military before Earth devolves into all-out war. And we can jump right into it. Mm-hmm. So the movie opens with a montage introducing us to our lead, Dr. Louise Banks, played by Amy Adams. The montage covers the birth of Banks's daughter, her childhood, and her eventual premature death after a battle with an unspecified illness. Mm-hmm. And Banks narrates throughout the scene, talking about beginnings, ends, and how memory doesn't work the way she thought it did. And she notes that we are bound by time, but our memory isn't. Mm-hmm. Do you have anything you want to...
I think this is like a really great opening scene that, as we get into it at the beginning of this movie, I don't have a ton to say about.
Yeah.
I think we're going to end up referencing this scene a lot, though.
Yes, this is kind of the keystone for the movie, and I think a really important opening. And the thing that I want to say about it is this movie does a really amazing thing, and then this is a spoiler, so if you haven't watched it, go watch it.
Yeah.
But the thing that this movie does that's so amazing is it exists, like a lot of the narrative elements, it exists out of time. Yeah. And a partial goal of the production of the movie is to convince the audience that Dr. Banks's child is someone who has already died. Like, this has already happened, when in reality, this montage and the visions that she has throughout the film are of future events, of things that have not happened. And they went through just like amazing efforts to make sure that it reads both ways.
Yeah.
So when you're watching it the first time, you get the feeling that this is a woman who lost her child and is dealing with the fallout of that. Then it's eventually like revealed towards the end that no, this hasn't happened yet. And that's kind of one of the central themes of the movie, is like discussing that realization. Mm-hmm. And then you go back to rewatch it and it takes on a different meaning. Mm-hmm. And it's just like really beautifully done, where you can read it both ways, both forwards and backwards.
Yeah. And it's done in this like such lovely way that I feel like allows the film to open up just a little bit more every time you watch it.
Yeah. It is a movie that rewards repeat watches.
Yeah.
To a degree that is like really you can't overstate it. It's beautiful, and I think I've seen this movie like 5 or 6 times over the years.
Yeah.
And it's so formative in many ways, and it is a big budget production that is also a testament to the ability to tell unique like temporal narratives in film, and through like really magical editing, and also just like an amazing performance from Amy Adams,
and like exquisite filmmaking craft as well. We'll get into this a little bit more in my interview with Robert, but like this is a movie that was really craft first, to the extent that they were working on the score for Arrival before shooting ever started. Denis was location scouting. I'm not going to take Robert's story from him, but Denis was location scouting while they were working on the overture for this movie. And so like, it's really this like fully formed audio visual, like cross-modal synthesis piece.
Yeah.
Where it's really apparent that like Villeneuve was just kind of like had all this like really deep attention everywhere. And where he didn't have his attention, he had people he really trusted to like produce something beautiful. And it's just this amazing culmination of the work of everyone involved.
Yeah, and going through, I've watched all of the behind the scenes like documentaries that they've done about this movie, and one of the things that so many people on the team like repeated is just that Villeneuve is one of the kindest filmmakers like working currently, and incredibly supportive and just very, very collaborative, and he brings an energy and joy to productions that makes that level of collaboration where like even before filming has started, people are working and excited, and he is taking what they're doing into account. And I think that is beautiful and a really special way of filmmaking that I think a lot of people could learn from and would benefit art greatly.
I do want every movie to be made like this.
Yes, it's kind of the ideal, where there's a strong director at the helm, but he is directing many parts and working with them.
Yeah,
it's harmonizing. It's really beautiful. But yeah, I just wanted to touch on that because I think that is that having that context that this is a movie that you can read forwards and backwards in terms of its like temporal like space, I think is really important as we go. We cut from that montage to Dr. Banks heading into the university she teaches at. Along her way to the classroom, we see crowds forming around televisions. There is like sort of like a small commotion like forming that she kind of isn't aware of. And once she arrives, her class is almost empty. There's like 5 people there. And as she tries to begin the lesson, one of the students gets a message and asks Dr. Banks to turn on the news. I really like this scene because they're going back to the thing about her like losing her daughter, and like on the first watch you kind of like assume that the fact that she's not paying attention to what's going on and she's kind of just like walking past it, it reads really well that she's kind of like tuning out the world. And I really like,
she's a very haunted character.
She is a very haunted character, regardless of the direction that you like read this movie. And I think the nuances of the like cinematography and the staging and Adams's performance is really like on display very, very quickly.
Yeah. I want to add, I really love a piece of cinematography that the scene does where we get a shot from sort of the audience in the lecture hall of her doing her very teacherly body language of getting up, sliding the whiteboard over to let the TV come through. And then we get this shot looking back from where the TV is as it gets turned on. I think it's so interesting in that this is a shot that has come up in, I think, every other movie except Contact. Of in Signs, we got a lot of shots both from the TV looking at the family, but also we had a lot of these shots of like the alien in the cornfield staring at I've already forgotten Mel Gibson's character's name. Father Graham. I was confusing Father Graham and Father Joss, and I was like, it's not Father Joss.
There are a lot of fathers so far.
Yeah, we've had 2 preachers in this podcast so far.
Yeah.
But no, like they're like, Signs makes heavy use of this like sort of predator looking at the protagonist's shot and even like letting the TV fill that role sometimes. And Close Encounters also does this, where we get like where Barry meets the alien, and we don't see the alien, but we see the reverse shot of Barry having his first contact moment, and it's really focused on him. And I think this scene plays in both of those spaces really well, where instead of being shown the alien, we get some dialogue from the news, we get them referencing Plato's allegory of the cave, another reoccurring plot beat where they're like, the thing you're seeing on TV is real. But we don't actually, in this shot, we don't actually get shown any of it. We just see the reactions of everybody. First, the class with Dr. Banks in the foreground, and she's kind of getting this horror face.
Yeah.
But then we just get this beautiful, beautiful shot of just the students, and they're like, I don't know, they're young, terrified eyes. This is a scene that I really feel like I've lived through in like being in college during the pandemic, during lockdown.
Yeah.
And I feel like I've sat there. I feel like I have been that horrified student of just like, I'm young, my life is just starting, and history is happening. Yeah. And I have no control over it.
Yeah. Touching on that, I think so. The thing that they're watching on the news is that 12 alien ships have like come down from the sky, and they have started dotting the globe, and already unrest has begun as like governments are like scrambling to like figure out what's going on. And there's like all of this footage being released of these. They look like big pebbles like floating in the sky. And everybody's trying to figure out what they are, and or they're freaking out over it. Yeah. And I think, like you said, the look on these kids' faces is like really prime, as these are young people who are getting an education and like forming their understanding of the world for like the first time, a lot of the time. Everything that they think they have known is being shattered in front of them by these 12 ships descending, and that is recreated throughout the world, where everybody is in complete disarray because our understanding of how the universe works and our position in it has fundamentally changed so suddenly that there's very little to do about it. And I think in comparison to something like Contact, where the first contact is a signal, the ships just showing up, appearing without warning, without anything like foretelling their arrival.
They're just here.
Yeah, that feels apocalyptic.
Yeah.
And I think the interesting thing is that nothing has actually happened. Like nothing physical has like happened to the world beyond their appearance. But it is so earth-shattering in terms of the understanding of humanity's place in the world, and like a lot of the time at the center of the universe. Like whether or not we intend to, we often consider ourselves the center of the universe because it's a really hard thing to let go of.
I mean, like, credit where it's due, we don't know of any other planets.
Yeah. And so like the sudden appearance of these just like ships is so earth-shattering that everybody is in complete disarray. And I think to me, this is the best version of, or like in comparison to Contact, this is a much more realistic and believable version of things falling into disarray.
Yeah.
Just because it is so sudden and visceral in a way that like the signal from Contact isn't.
Yeah.
Because it is physical and real and immediate, rather than like what is ultimately like sounds and radio waves.
And I think it really sets up the core conflict of this movie not being a conflict with the aliens, but a conflict amongst humanity.
Yeah, it is like contemplating the position of the self.
Yeah. And to close out the scene, I actually have a question. So we like get this beat for a moment where we get these two beautiful shots of the like lecture hall gallery, and then the like fire alarm goes off and it's kind of a jump scare.
Yeah.
Do you feel like this is a jump scare that like pays itself off? I feel like this is a thing that I will probably keep bringing up when jump scares happen in movies. Is like, is this a jump scare that actually feels worth it, or was this a jump scare that felt kind of cheap to you? I feel like this jump scare felt really well architected for me.
Yeah, I think so. Like, good question. I don't even know if I would classify this as a jump scare fully, because to me, a jump scare partially involves like a visual element.
Fair enough.
Ultimately, this is like a music sting. It's not a music sting, but it serves a similar purpose of cutting the tension. And it is sort of an abrupt stop to the action, and it is a way to transition into a different thing.
Yeah.
Because
I guess, I wouldn't consider it a jump scare in the same way as the guy with the scary face in Insidious got a jump scare.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think it is like it's the siren abruptly cuts through the silence and kind of startles you, the viewer.
Yes, absolutely. It definitely does. And I think that is a really great example of craft insofar as this moment, you could hang on it forever.
Yeah.
Like you could just watch these people react forever.
You could make an entire movie about what happened in this lecture hall.
Literally. Like precisely. And the alarm going off cuts that off, and it snaps everybody in that room back to reality, and it creates a good moment to transition to like the next shot. And I think pointing it out is really it's very prescient of you, because I think that is like a very subtle but powerful piece of filmmaking and editing to make that happen.
I'm easily startled.
Absolutely. There's a real jump scare.
Yeah.
That I would classify as like a full on jump scare that I think rocks and I really like. But it's in this vein, and it definitely makes you jump on your first watch.
Yeah.
The alarm rings at the school and everybody is sent home, and we get shots of Dr. Banks like going to her car in like the car lot, and also just like shots of like people like flooding out of the school and like security guards around. And it's hard not to draw similarities to like 9/11 and like mass shootings, unfortunately.
And also like the 2020 pandemic.
Yes.
And I guess a little bit more close to this movie, like the election of Trump in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Yeah. They're there is an energy of the world is like standing still, kind of.
Yeah. The social contract is unraveling just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. And there's kind of like a recognition of like everybody is kind of like in shock in this moment.
Yeah. There's like a small car accident elsewhere in the parking lot.
Yeah, and there's some collisions, and it's kind of in the same way that the alarm going off resets the scene and sort of like resets the audience.
Yeah.
The arrival of these ships does a similar thing where everybody is like snapped out of their like a sense of normalcy.
Yeah.
And you immediately see how the world begins to work in the wake of something so startling.
Mm-hmm. A detail I want to point out about this scene. So the university scenes are all shot at U of Montreal. There's a lot of beautiful architecture on that campus. And I want to say the entire film was shot in Quebec. Denis Villeneuve is a Quebecer.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. There's also a lot of really beautiful places in Quebec. I think it paid off for them.
Yeah.
But anyways, this is being shot at U of Montreal, but every car in this parking lot has Massachusetts plates. And I just want to linger a little bit on like what that says about this film world. I think it was likely a decision that was made because they needed to place this in America somehow.
Yeah.
And Massachusetts is not the closest state to Montreal, but it is only a 5-hour drive. It's not like, wouldn't be that hard to get enough cars for this shot.
Yeah.
up to Montreal, and it's maybe more believable to have this big university in Massachusetts rather than like Vermont.
Yeah, definitely.
But I do, with the Massachusetts plates being like a choice in this scene, because if they just hadn't thought about it, it would have been Quebec plates on every car.
Yeah.
But then we wouldn't be in the U.S. So I have to speculate for a second about what university they're at in text, and I think I want to think that it's UMass Lowell, home of the Boston Fleet. Go Boston Fleet.
Go Boston Fleet. Are we not gonna bleep that?
Love the Fleet.
Love the Fleet. Yeah, and
I'm curious what your thoughts on that are.
I think it makes sense because visually, I feel like where Dr. Banks lives is kind of like generic USA to me, but that's also me being a New Englander, a lifelong New Englander, and sort of like a Northeastern kind of gal, and really only knowing the Northeast. And so like visually it just reads as like, this is like anywhere in home.
It doesn't read as the like gritty industrial Northeast, which is I think part of why I'm like, it's either like Lowell or Amherst. It's not meant to be in Boston.
Yeah, it's not in Boston. Honestly, I could even see it being like somewhere in like, I could see it being the Clark University campus. Like looking at it, I can kind of see that campus just a little bit.
Yeah.
But
I did match the buildings. IMDb is right. It is University of Montreal.
Yeah. And it vibe wise, I can feel it kind of being Clark University. But I agree. It's not Boston. But I think the decision to set Dr. Banks's life in Massachusetts is like a testament to characterizing her as like the best in her field, and kind of Massachusetts universities, like Massachusetts, Boston specifically, kind of go hand in hand with universities and colleges. It is a center of education.
It's a bug light for PhDs for sure.
Yes, exactly. And so I think that makes sense as like a choice to set it here. It's kind of like shorthand for collegiate like energy. And I think the other thing that I want to touch on, and I'll touch on it here very briefly, Dr. Banks's home, it's like on a lake, and I haven't seen that specific lake, but like that exists all over New England.
Yeah.
And I know many places like it.
It also exists all over Quebec.
Yeah. And I want to talk about her house more later on when we get to the scene where Colonel Weber shows up to her home.
It's really beautiful.
It is a really
the house
beautiful
is really
home.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's like insanely beautiful, and it's like I'm like, what kind of position do you have at this university that you can afford this?
I mean, cost of living isn't cheap anywhere in Massachusetts, but it is cheaper in Lowell.
Yeah, but this is like prime lakefront property.
It's a nice house
in a like new like a modern home with like large windows. Like it's crazy.
I mean, also maybe we can infer where some of this money came from off of the next scene.
That's true. So yeah.
Well, backing up, in this scene, this first shot where we see her house, she comes into the house and she's like on the phone with her mom. And I think there's like a fun little real world reference tidbit where she's like, Mom, I told you to stop watching that news channel. I think we can infer pretty strongly which news channel we're talking about.
Yeah, it feels... She basically says like, oh, you can't trust the people, like they don't know what they're talking about, like they're just saying shit. And this movie does have, like, we can infer that it's Fox News, but I think the other thing is that this film has a fascination with right-wing media. Like this is mentioned now, but later on there is a Rush Limbaugh, Alex Jones type that plays a very central role in radicalizing one of the characters that leads to like one of the main like moments in the movie, sort of like one of the defining moments. And I think she doesn't say anything outright, but like based on like who Dr. Banks is and like where she lives and her position and the sort of like radicalizing image that we see of conservative media later, it's fair to assume that this is Fox.
Yeah. And I think this is a really, I think this is a movie that really needed to come out in 2016 in that way, because it came out like summer of 2016, so it was before the election. And just like, I think like striking while the iron was hot, let me tell you.
Yeah, it matched the moment perfectly.
Yeah, in kind of the same way as like Contact 97 is a movie that like only could have happened right before 9/11.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of those movies are situated perfectly in time, and I think if you tried to make Arrival now, the way that you go about writing that script is so fundamentally different. In like very large ways, because so much has happened in the US specifically that just sort of like changes the relationship to like right-wing radicalism, which has always been a problem in the US, but like it's so to the forefront now that this had to be a pre-Trump election movie in order for it to work the way that it does. Which is just it's amazing. It's amazing that it lined up so perfectly.
I also want to point out that just like the cinematography of her house shots are so beautiful. The floor is like a little bit reflective, and they like really did their detail work of like kind of making the house itself look like it's a lake almost. Like you see the reflections of like this like beautiful vintage dining set and like a mid-century modern couch. She's like really like in like having a really nice house. She has also like gone to and all of the like groups to get her furniture.
It's really gorgeous. And I think the other thing is the main feature of her house, like the most striking thing, is just like the really large like bay window. Like the main perspective that we see of her home is always looking out this window onto the lake. And like you mentioned, like there's a lot of like reflection both in the floor and in the water. And I think it is the really cool thing is that it mirrors the screen through which she communicates with the aliens later. And I really like just like the visual language of that, and sort of
subtle foreshadowing
that communicates a connection to the heptapods, even though she doesn't realize it. Like there is like a similarity in her life that
and just a similarity in the way that the scene is shot.
Yeah, definitely. But it's also one of those things where this movie becomes interested in the idea that like Dr. Banks unfortunately doesn't have free will, and the future is kind of predetermined. And it feels like, going back to signs, this feels like a sign that of things to come. That there is a mirroring in her life that like links up these moments, and is sort of like it is a predestination for her visually, which I really like as a piece of storytelling.
That's a really interesting read.
Yeah, thank you. So like we said, she goes back home, she has this conversation with her mom, and then she spends the rest of the day and night just watching the news and getting wine drunk.
Which, I mean, that's what I'd be doing.
Yeah, it's an appropriate response to everything changing very suddenly. And the next day she heads to the university only to find it like completely abandoned. And she goes into her office and just like continues to watch the news at work.
I really love this as like a piece of characterization about her. It feels like it's kind of in two parts. It's like this first element of the world is breaking the fuck down. What else am I going to do but just go about my daily routine? I'm just going to go I think that's like a really natural response to disaster like this, is just to like want that normalcy, to want to like, okay, I'm just gonna go to my office and everything's gonna be normal, even though none of the students are here and none of the teachers are here either.
Yeah.
I think it's also the other thing that I glean from this scene is that Dr. Banks's character is someone who is so passionate about her work that she's like, okay, the world's ending, I'd rather be at school anyways.
Yes. Yeah.
If I'm going to be somewhere when the world ends, it might as well be my office.
Yeah. The decision to go back to work it's interesting on so many levels, because as a first time audience, like watching this, part of it is this is a person who you're kind of reading as like who just lost their daughter. And so you don't want to be at the home that is haunted by the memory of your child.
Yeah.
And so going to work, especially in the face of this tragedy where there is like no one for you to weather it with, makes a lot of sense. And it just like adds, regardless of which way you read this film, it either like really sells the fact that she is a grieving mother, or in reality, it sells the fact that she is a person who is very dedicated to her work. And
it sells that she's kind of predestined down this path, because this is where we are introduced to, I wouldn't call him an antagonist because he drives the plot along, but he's definitely antagonistic to Louise Banks the entire time we meet. Colonel Weber as he barges into her admittedly open door office, but he does barge in.
Yeah, he barges in. He just sort of like invites himself in. Immediately after we get like on the news, there's like a note that the president has declared a state of emergency, and at the like immediately afterwards, Colonel Weber shows up and is like, "Hey, Dr. Banks." So Colonel Weber, played by Forrest Whitaker, is like the U.S. Army officer tasked with handling first contact in Montana, which is where one of the ships has sort of come down on U.S. soil. And he's a career military guy, and
also has a New England accent. There's a point where he's like, "We never formally met."
Does he?
Yeah.
So this is one of those things where I'm from New England, and so I might not have picked up on it.
Yeah.
I'm just like, he sounds normal.
Yeah, I'm from Tennessee. I pick up on that shit. No, he definitely has like a New England drawl about him.
Now that you pointed out, I can hear it. And so, like I said earlier, I was watching the behind the scenes stuff last night, and there's a moment where they have like Forrest Whitaker in for an interview, and he sounds so different from Colonel Weber. And I was like, is that what he just sounds like? Because like in my head, Forrest Whitaker is Colonel Weber and he is Saw Gerrera. And those are two. Those deliveries are more in line with than like what he sounds like just like in his interpersonal life.
Yeah,
it seems, and it kind of reminds me of like James Gandolfini, who plays Tony Soprano, who just sounds so different out of character.
Yeah,
and it was one of those moments where I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
So yeah, he shows up. He is like very down to business, and he explains that Banks indirectly worked for him previously when she did some translations for the military, specifically Farsi translations for a video from like insurgent cell.
Yeah, I want to give the line. He says, we never formally met, but you did some work for me a couple of years ago. You did those Farsi translations. You made quick work of those insurgent videos." And then she just, without thinking, responds, "You made quick work of those insurgents."
Yeah, which is one of the.
It's both a mic drop and a cell phone.
Yes. It is a cell phone. And do you want to speak to that more?
Yeah, we talked about this when we were recording this for the first time before the unfortunateness happened.
Yeah.
I think the scene is so fantastic as it sets up the militaristic conflict of the film, and it gives this like backhanded character moment for Dr. Banks where, you know, she's being critical of like the killing of those insurgents as she says this, but she's also kind of claiming some culpability.
Yeah.
She's like, I really read this delivery as like, yeah, I did do that for you, and I'm really not happy about it and kind of regret it now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really good detail, and I think
it sets up this tension where she kind of feels like she has blood on her hands.
Yes, and it adds to the sense that she is a haunted character throughout the movie, And I think this sort of sets up one of the central conflicts for Dr. Banks, which is that she is stuck between three different worlds. She's stuck between humanity and the aliens and the U.S. military.
Yeah.
And the U.S. military is separate from humanity in this like very distinct way, where throughout the film, military locations and the sort of the way that they interact with Dr. Banks and the way that they reason is foreign to her.
Yeah.
And it creates this interesting tension.
It's a point of view that I think really comes from a lot of like, I am not of a military family. I knew enough people who were in military families when I was younger, and it like people do kind of talk about it as like there is this wall between the military and the civilian.
Yeah.
And how like people will talk about like, oh, going back to civilian life, and just, yeah, like I think this film and like, I won't get too ahead of myself, but I think this film does a really good job of like the U.S. military is our little green men. Like if we have a character in this movie, or a group of characters in this movie that are acting like we see aliens in popular media.
Yeah.
You know, flying in on their flying saucers, abducting people, doing weird shit, having these like weird long corridor, dark, no natural light. Spaces, it's the U.S. military, and I think that like that inhuman way that they are characterized is so fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely,
and really, and I think like flips a lot of the tropes of the genre on their head.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Arrival is really special because it does that.
Yeah,
and I think this is an interesting moment that positions Dr. Banks at the center of these different factions, and shows that she is of all of these different worlds in these very like sometimes small ways, sometimes big ways.
Yeah.
And this is one of those moments.
Yeah.
And so Weber explains that Banks is top of their list for linguists and translators, especially because she still has top secret clearance. And he's coming to her to ask her to translate some of the heptapod speech that they've recorded in the immediate aftermath of the ship's landing.
Mm-hmm.
And he plays the audio of the aliens speaking and is just like, okay, translate.
He just like puts down a Tascam recorder and is like, what do you make of this?
Yeah, what do you make of this? And immediately she says, well, I need to be in the room with them.
And the audio we hear is like some guy. I have a pet theory that this is the voice of the same actor that we see later listening to like Fantasy Alex Jones.
Yes. Yeah.
But we just have some guy who's like, why are you here? Do you understand us?
Yeah.
In the most like, naive way that anyone could possibly attempt to communicate with aliens.
Yeah.
And in response, or if we can even consider it a response, we kind of hear some croaking noises. It sounds a little bit, putting on my sound design hat for a moment, it sounds a little bit like someone pitch shifted a frog noise down.
Yeah, so one of the featurettes for behind the scenes stuff, a lot of the alien noises are like naturally occurring. Like there's a lot of bird calls, stuff like that.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
They went and did field recordings of.
Yeah, I feel like I also heard a lot of like what sounds to be like aquatic noises. Mm-hmm. I mean, their visual design is very reminiscent of squids.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the alien speech is very like unique and distinctive, and crafted from the natural world, but like put through the filter of like technology to create like an otherworldly sense. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's definitely worth noting that the thing that like the soldier being like, can you understand us? It reminds me a lot of In Contact and Close Encounters, where there's sort of like this implicit understanding that aliens are observing us.
Yeah.
And have like gathered some level of like understanding of us. And so
yeah,
those movies assume a one-sided communication issue in a lot of ways, like especially Contact. I think part of that is that those movies assume humanity is kind of the center of the universe, whether or not they mean to.
And this is kind of the only I feel like this is actually the only movie in this arc that actually deals with that communication gap as a two-way issue.
Yeah.
Like they understand us just as little as we understand them. Whereas even in Contact, where Sagan's getting into his whole like, oh, math is the universal language thing. The vegans can already understand us perfectly.
Yeah.
And so like I think that's like so fascinating that like I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, but
the communication plot point is like a two-way issue.
Yes, exactly. And I think this, as a movie focused on linguistics, it sets itself apart by this genre typically assumes that aliens have centered us enough to learn English. And we don't know the alien
English
speech.
Specifically, not even like any of the other languages that we speak here.
Right, which is like a whole nother can of worms. And I think as like in relation to colonialism, this movie is interesting because it actually tackles the issue of communication between two different peoples in a way that is not usually handled. And I think that adds a layer to like the if you take like a post-colonial lens to this film, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah.
And so he plays the audio and she says that I would need to be in the room with them. Like, I don't know the context for this. Like, I have like no understanding.
She's just trying to explain him like the basics of what she does.
Yeah.
And because like this is the thing with linguistics, like, yeah, you can't just listen to someone speaking in a language you don't know and like figure out what they're saying. You have to have some kind of dictionary at least, or you have to be able to, you have to be able to show them an apple and point at it and say, this is the word, my word for this is an apple.
Yeah. And the thing that he says in response is you didn't need that for the Farsi translations. And like you said, you need either some sort of dictionary or like understanding of like a pre-established translation.
Farsi is a language we already speak on Earth. Yeah. And this is what Dr. Banks says. She's like, I knew Farsi.
Yeah. And, when you encounter a new language like this, you need to do the field work of interacting with the people. Otherwise, you have no basis from which to like actually communicate.
Yeah.
And Weber gets annoyed at the fact that she's like, I need to be there in order for me to do this for you.
He's like, I know what you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. He's like, he's saying that Banks is lying so that he'll take her to the landing site. And he's like, I can't just have everybody walking around my landing site and da-da-da-da-da. And he basically gets ready to storm out and find another linguist.
He references the linguist at Berkeley.
Yes, the linguist at Berkeley. And Dr. Banks says
I think his name is Danvers.
That sounds right. Yeah. I don't have it written down, but that sounds right.
Also a place name in Massachusetts.
It's true. Massachusetts spelled film.
Yeah.
Dr. Banks says, ask him the Sanskrit word for war and its translation. And then we cut to... that night, Dr. Banks is at her home sleeping.
This is a fantastic shot, and this is part of we are characterizing the U.S. military as our Greys, as our little green men.
Yeah, this
shot. I thought that in this arc we were going to figure out like what movie this trope shot comes from, because there's a lot of shots in Arrival that are referencing shots from other films. Mm-hmm. I'll get into this a little bit later as we get into another one, but I think there is this very strong trope of like the alien in the farmhouse. I think it's a trope that Close Encounters of the Third Kind really helped solidify, but this is not a scene from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I'm not sure what movie this is a scene from. Yeah. But we just like quiet house in the woods in the dark. There's like a clear view of the black night sky, or it's a clear sky. Our view of it is like very like depth of field. Mm-hmm. Dr. Banks is sleeping, and we the viewer can see out the window, and we see a light in the distance getting bigger and bigger and bigger in the way that like an abduction scene would go. Yeah. And like halfway through this, as the like rumble of this coming craft gets louder and louder, a like subtle part of the shot is that like Dr. Banks wakes up and you can like see her eyes in the dark and kind of that terrified glazed look. I think this is such a fantastic scene. I like this is I'm not sure I have a favorite scene in this movie. It's like picking a favorite color. There are so many good ones. But this is like a fantastic scene, and I really love this as just like a piece of like Yeah, Dr. Banks isn't getting abducted by little green men. She's getting abducted by big green men
Yes, absolutely.
who call themselves the U.S. Army.
Yeah, and I adore this movie so much. Going back to what you said about Close Encounters, I feel like this does relate to Close Encounters a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. Because we're playing with the farmhouse trope.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I wanted to point out about this house is that this is kind of the New England farmhouse in a lot of ways. Or it's the Ivy League farmhouse. Yeah, is the way that I should frame
the lake
this.
House.
Yeah,
it's a house in the woods.
Yeah, and it mirrors that so well, and it's like specifically the I can't remember her name, but the female lead in Close Encounters, her farmhouse is sort of like the center of the scene where her son gets abducted.
Yeah,
and this is obviously a lot less in depth, but these scenes are kind of in conversation with each other, and I think it is notable that the lake house is kind of the Ivy League upper class version of a farmhouse.
Yeah,
in this visual language.
Because we do have farms in Massachusetts, not many, but we do have them.
Yeah, farmhouse was the wrong language. It's like it's the Ivy League farmhouse, and it shows like a class distinction, and I think it represents the difference between these characters really interestingly.
Yeah. Oh, and to reference a thing we were talking about earlier of like how she might have afforded this house.
Yeah,
I think the top secret clearance is a good potential
true
explanation for this.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah,
they got to pay you a lot of money to keep those secrets.
That's true. Oh, damn. I didn't even think about that. And the other thing that I want to touch on is we talked about the large window as mirroring the screen through which Dr. Banks interacts with the aliens. Mm-hmm. Notably, like when we see it during the day, that is like when it mirrors the heptapod screen the most. Yeah, it is like bright, but
it's a gray sky.
Yeah, and the scene in which the military appears, it is dark. It is, you can't see out into it, and so this positions the military directly in opposition to the heptapods, like visually. Yeah. And it signals in a way that the military is the alien presence here. Yeah. Because there's a connection between Dr. Banks's home and the heptapod ship versus the darkness of the military helicopter. And I think that is some really subtle but really great visual language. Yeah. So the helicopter buzzes the house and they land in the front yard, and Colonel Weber shows up, and Dr. Banks answers the door, and Weber just says "Gevishti." He says it means an argument. What do you say it means? And Banks responds, "A desire for more cows," which lands her the job. Yeah. And I love this moment so much. I think it encapsulates everything.
This is also a moment that comes up in the book. It's really good.
Yeah, and stuff like this is what makes this movie so special, I think, because it communicates so much about Dr. Banks's outlook. Yeah. And I think it is Weber understanding. I have a lot of problems with him as a character, or like obviously there's a lot of issues with him, but I think moments like this, the fact that he picks Banks over her, like what is the right word? Rival, I guess I would say. Mm-hmm. The fact that he picks her in this moment, I think, speaks to an intelligence and an understanding that is a little bit understated, because we spend a lot of time seeing him as like not the most intelligent and kind of being like a little bit heavy-handed in places that he shouldn't. But this adds depth.
It gives us a moment where Colonel Weber recognizes what he doesn't know.
Yes, absolutely. And he makes the right call. And so Pax gets on the helicopter, and they're flying to Montana, where we are introduced to Dr. Ian Donnelly, played by Jeremy Renner, and he's a theoretical physicist. And
we have kind of manifesto chat here.
Yes, he is Dr. Banks's co-captain of the research team, and he's been like reading her work in preparation to meeting her. Which
reading someone's like prologue to their thesis back to them is like a real dick move.
It is.
That's a real. That's not a positive introduction, I feel.
No,
especially because he's like, well, you're wrong also.
Yeah. So I have what he says here, because it's kind of a foot and mouth moment, if you ask me.
Oh, absolutely.
So they get on the helicopter, and he reads the beginning of her thesis, of her dissertation. Language is the foundation of civilization. It is the glue that holds a people together. It is the first weapon drawn in a conflict. And Donnelly remarks that it's great. And she's like, oh, thank you. I think it's like it's overwritten and kind of simplified, like overly simplistic. And Donnelly is like, it's also wrong.
She uses the term dazzle them with the basics.
Yes, absolutely.
Which I love.
Which is kind of, that's something that happens throughout this movie.
She really has to dazzle everyone with the basics of her field.
Yeah, and Donnelly just sort of like puts forward his theory of like relationship, or like of civilization and communication, which is he thinks that science is the cornerstone of civilization.
He's very firmly sitting in the Sagan argument here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a scene we see in Contact where Jodie Foster's character is like, well, the universal language is science and math, and so of course they would talk to us through science and math.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's the standpoint that Dr. Donnelly starts from. And I think one of my favorite things about this movie is that it is in direct conversation with that idea, an idea that like the Saganite idea that like aliens will communicate to us in the language of math is kind of the most popular of the scientific thoughts on SETI research.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, no one has really considered like what a more linguistic approach to Alien First Contact would be like, other than Ted Chiang and the people who worked on this film.
Yeah.
And I think it's so brilliant in standing as a counter argument to that viewpoint.
Absolutely. I think it is a counter argument, and I think the other thing that is interesting about this is that Donnelly doesn't say that like it's not just that like communicating with aliens and the universe is through math and science. He says that the cornerstone of civilization is science, which I think it adds like another layer to it.
That's just a wrong take.
It is, and it's like
we had to develop language to get science.
Exactly, and I think I can understand what he's saying, and I think this is kind of a chicken and egg situation where, depending on how you define science, it is like a necessary prerequisite for civilization to fully form. Like you need agriculture, you need some sort of like sustainable system from which to gather food in this way. But you don't necessarily need to develop the scientific method in order for your civilization to blossom. Right. And so I think he is proven wrong. This theory of his is proven wrong, and I think it is like you said, it's a counter to like the Saganite
but
idea. I think
also we watch his character develop over the film as like, I think Dr. Donnelly kind of a few scenes from now starts to recognize the extent to which he's wrong here.
Absolutely. And I think I like his character a lot for that, because one of the really great things about this movie is that because it centers Dr. Banks, and it is like through her perspective, it ends up being like a pretty feminist text in a lot of ways. And I think he is ultimately like a good guy who like recognizes that Louise Banks is the authority on this, and she is the most correct anybody else anybody is. It's
a fantasy movie where a man changes his mind.
Yes, and I think that one of the things that like there's like an interview with Amy Adams where she notes that Jeremy Renner was like so willing and ready to play the like what she describes as like second fiddle to a female lead, and he was like excited about it. And I think that comes through like the fact that he was so willing and ready to do that as like an actor also is the reality of his character, of a guy who is like, I need to listen to the expert, and the expert is this woman who is in a field that I don't normally consider like particularly important in this regard.
I didn't know that tidbit about Renner. That's real class act behavior for a guy whose film before that was one of the Avengers properties. I'm not sure which one.
The Avengers.
Oh yeah. I don't totally remember the timeline of the Avengers movies.
Or it might have been Age of Ultron.
Oh yeah.
A real classic film. But yeah, the fact that he was willing and so excited to take this role is sort of like testament to that. And according to Adams, he was like a very good sport and a very like great person to work alongside of.
Yeah.
Which normally I don't associate with Jeremy Renner, to be
Yeah,
honest.
the thing I associate with Jeremy Renner is that social network he started.
Oh yeah, the
Rennerverse,
the Renner app.
Which benefit of the doubt to him, I could see that being a thing that like his agent came up with, that like some publicist was, because there are like crank small tech companies that like do this, that will like, oh, hi Mr. Celebrity, we made you an app for all of your fans.
Yeah.
Give us money and we can publish this app to the App Store. I'm pretty sure that it was like Jeremy Renner's people thought that this was a good idea.
Yeah.
It's recognizing that like once you get to a certain level of like in the public eye, you have an entire team managing your public persona.
Yeah.
And the person you are in public is not necessarily the person that you are.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the other important bit of context for Jeremy Renner as an actor is that he was kind of this was at the tail end of him sort of being pushed as like the next like big movie star.
Yeah.
And I think
he was in the Avengers.
Yeah, and I think notably he gets eclipsed by the rest of that cast. And they sort of end up like, unfortunately, like running laps around him.
No, like Chris Evans has like went on to do Knives Out.
Yeah, Chris Evans, RDJ, just like all of these actors who have gone on to have like very illustrious careers outside of Marvel. Mm-hmm. And Jeremy Renner, like he was in Arrival. Like that's a really big get.
And like unfortunately Hawkeye is his most like famous role.
Yeah, exactly. And so he was pushed as like the next big star, the next big action star, and it just didn't really come to fruition.
Yeah.
And I think the Renner app is like part of that. But this is not the Renner podcast.
Yeah. I think his presence in this movie is a very welcome one, and if I didn't know about the Marvel franchise, I would never have pegged him as a guy to play Hawkeye.
Yeah, absolutely. And so back to the movie.
That's what we call range.
It is. It's true. I really like him in this movie. He's he's like a cute dork in a lot of ways.
I think Dr. Donnelly is really good. I do in the movie he's called Ian Donnelly. In the book his name is Gary. Yeah.
Which Ian Donnelly as a whole name works a lot better than Gary Donnelly.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but like as like a single name, Gary.
There's another name change from the book that I really missed that I'll get into when it's plot relevant.
Yeah. And so getting back into the plot, because we've gone on the Renner diversion. Weber explains that their top priority is figuring out why the aliens are here and what they want, and so that's kind of he basically lays out like that is what you are doing here.
Yeah.
Don't get pretensions about doing anything else. You are like being taken by the military to do this specific thing.
Here are your orders.
Yes. Like you are under my command now is kind of the energy. And then from there we lead into the touchdown at the Montana site, and I think this is a great place to throw to the interview.
Yeah, because this is where we first hear the overture, title track, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Technically it's the title track because it's called Arrival. I think in a way it's also the overture because it's a motif that comes back over and over.
Yeah.
The four notes, the four vocal notes in this overture, those are Robert Aiki Aubrey Lowe. Yes. And without further ado, I think we'll throw to the interview where I talk to him about this track. I have with me right now Robert Aiki Aubrey Lowe, who was involved with the soundtrack of Arrival. Robert, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm hanging in there, as they say.
Amazing.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. I've had a good day.
Excellent.
So yeah, just jumping right into it. So while I was reading up on the background for this movie, I thought it was really interesting that it like the production process seems to be in this kind of unique place where Villeneuve didn't edit the movie with any kind of placeholder music and just gave your friend and colleague Johan Johansson, I hope that's how I'm pronouncing it right. Mm-hmm. He gave Johansson like basically a blank check to like go create something cool for this movie. I'm not gonna like try to inform your process at all. And I'm curious, like, is that working on this film, did you feel like that was a unique process compared to like other movies that you've worked on? Like, did it feel, is it something that felt freeing, or is it something that just kind of felt like, oh, this is cool?
No, it was great. And actually, going back further, it wasn't that Denis wasn't using temp music in the edit.
Okay.
We started working on the score before they had actually started shooting the film.
Oh, wow.
So the process began very early. Johan and I had been collaborators for a little bit of time beforehand. He had invited me to come to work on a couple different film projects before Arrival came about. We had met each other, I think it was in 2008 we first met, and did some performances together when he came to the US to do some touring. We found that we had a mutual appreciation for each other's work and wanted to find some way to work together, and didn't know what that looked like until he had actually started to work with Denis on the first film that they did, which was Prisoners. And we had spoken about this idea he had about the concept of the score, which ultimately didn't work out due to scheduling issues. And so when he started to work with Denis on the second collaboration, which was Sicario, I was actually in Berlin with him working on the score for End of Summer, which was a short nature film that he had actually shot in Antarctica, which was a score that Hildur Gudnadottir and myself did the score as a trio. And simultaneously, he had started working on Sicario, so I did all the voice work in Sicario. I did all the voice pieces that are in that film.
Oh, that's really interesting. I've not seen Sicario. I'll have to watch that now.
It's quite a good film. I like it quite a lot. And so flash forward, when he and Denis had started to talk about Arrival, Johan had read the novel that it was adapted from, and had this idea of how he wanted to approach the score via language or the voice as a key instrument within that landscape, due to the fact that the film deals with language and communication. And he asked me to come back and work with him on some demo ideas. So Denis was actually location scouting when we were in the studio working through some ideas. And Johan had this idea and had asked me to come up with a vocal progression, and to really think about the intention of it having no relation to any sort of culture or tradition, to try to keep it as alien as possible.
Yeah.
And so that 4-note progression that is sort of the core of that main theme is something I came up with when we were working in the studio. And as I was recording it, Johan took a short video of me doing a take in the control room and texted it to Denis. And Denis' response was, "That's it. This is a sound. We just need a larger, longer version of this to get it going." And so the techniques that we were using in that moment were to basically turn a Studer 2-inch tape machine into a giant tape echo. So turning off all the erase heads, making a giant loop of magnetic tape that stretched across the control room, and was using a microphone stand as a tension rod.
I love that.
I recorded several passes of that progression and made reedier timbral changes in the execution or the performance. And then Johan also is doing the same thing with a piano, where he was doing these really large chords that we were recording into a tape loop. And then Francesco, who was the engineer who was producing the score, took all of the piano drones, had layered them, but then had also removed the attack, the initial attack of the keys. And so it became this really big swelling drone that then sat with the voice. And that's how we came up with that core of the score for the film.
I love that. Yeah, I hear both of those elements in like the overture. I find it interesting you talking about the four notes because I definitely clock that as being you. I was like, oh, this sounds like Robert.
Yeah,
but
and I was going to say really quickly to answer your question about the timing of it. It was the first time I had worked on a film in which we had complete freedom to exercise our voices in that space, to basically put a sound in the director's ear first, which gave him the ability to conceptualize the visual aspect of the film with the sound already in his ear. And that's actually something that I took with me. And from that point on, I always try to come onto projects in the very early stages, in pre-production stages, because then that gives me the ability to present these compositional ideas or sonic palettes to the filmmaker in which they can consider what you're seeing by what you're hearing, instead of the sort of typical or traditional way that we hear scores that are put to film, by it being sort of a one-way street.
Yeah.
And it becomes a response to the things that you're seeing or the narrative arc. And doing it this way, it gives you the ability to create that landscape and a narrative arc that runs in tandem with the visual arc or the story arc. And so it becomes a conversation or a dialogue between the sound and the aural elements of the film.
Yeah, no, I really love that. I love that idea of like a sound first production. I think that's so fascinating, because most of as I've like sort of done research for this podcast and done more research on like how film scoring works, is like, yeah, my understanding is most of the time a film isn't scored until there's some kind of picture lock. Right. And so no, I love that you were in Denis' ear like before like shooting had even started. I think that's incredible. And I think it really carries through in the piece and how it has this like rich sound identity. You already gave up a little bit about my question too, but an aspect that I often find like really frustrating about experimental music is you spend so much time developing these like intricate rituals and techniques and like these process elements that are so special to you, but that just maybe don't, like, they're creating cool sounds and that's why you do them, but maybe they don't necessarily transfer to the listener who's just getting like the sound that was produced. I'm curious if there's, other than the like tape loop across the control room, which is fantastic, is there like anything else that you did on this score that you just like haven't had the opportunity to geek out about?
On this particular score, no. I think that, in collaborating with Johan on this film, it gave me a different vantage point into how scores could be created. And I've took that with me onto projects that I had done later on. And one thing I like to do is to actually go on location. If I come onto a project early enough, I'm able to go on location, do field recordings of the locations, which can live as this, you can sort of maintain the psychic energy of the space that the work was made. And it's not anything obvious. It's something that just sort of lives in the body. The energy of it is there. But yeah, for this particular one, being that I was just a collaborator in the space and I was not the composer. I can't say that there was necessarily anything else. Like that's a pretty big one, you know, the work that we were able to do really early on. And to produce this work in the form of demos that actually went beyond that, and those recordings actually became the score itself.
Yeah.
We had to, you know, go back and re-record any of those elements. Those elements were there. They were tracked. The work was able to be manipulated into the space that became the finished body of the score.
Okay, yeah. Is there any not to get too long in the tooth? Is there anything that you're thinking of from another project that's particularly geeky? When you said that, it sounded like you had something else in mind that wasn't from this project.
Well, like I said, I do try to, when I work on narrative films, it's really exciting for me to be able to go on location and work directly with the filmmaker. One, to be able to see the filmmaker working in real time, to see how the director moves in that space is really great for me. And also to be able to be in dialogue, not only with the director, but the cinematographer. It just becomes a larger exchange of ideas. And that's one thing that is interesting for me due to the fact that making work as a solo entity and working in a bubble or a vacuum, the things that you make, you are the final word, whereas film is such a collaborative art form. It really does take a village to make a film. And you do have to make concessions in that space, but I really enjoy being able to collaborate as long as it's a situation in which my agency or my voice hasn't been compromised and I can actually exist in that space and collaborate with other people, exchange ideas for the good of the film, because that's ultimately what it is. It's not about my work as an individual. It's about the good of the whole and what makes the thing work and what makes it move. But one thing I like to do with the field recordings, I also like to record actors. So I will take some of the actors aside on the shoot and give them direction and record them doing different vocalizations or body movements. And then I use those as textural elements within the score. Or I've even taken those recordings and I've been able to cut them up and build instruments out of how an actor moves. And that's something that's really exciting to me.
That's fascinating. I love your perspective on that of just like, I think this is a thing that I've been really like yearning for in my work, is just like more dialogue. And I like, it's so cool to hear you talk about like sort of approaching your scoring process from that sort of like, like wanting to also be in the ear of the cinematographer and the director and having that sort of collaborative and like community art making element to it. I think that's so fantastic.
Yeah, it's something that's always been really important to me because being someone that grew up loving cinema and loving film sound, and not necessarily with any initial intention of finding myself in this world. It's something that came very naturally and organically when people started to reach out to me to ask me. I think due to the fact that I think that my sound work lends itself to a cinematic space. It's always been really important for me in that space, in that collaborative space, to be able to work and build these things, you know, and just have an enjoyable time doing it.
Yeah.
And being able to learn from others at the same time.
Yeah. That's what it's all about. No, thank you so much for that.
Of course.
On to my next question. I really admire that you have like woven your politics into your career in film scoring. I think it's like, and I have a question about like, and like separately, one of the things I love about Arrival is with this podcast, I think one of my like core thesis points is that like alien movies inherently have a lot of like colonialist and xenophobic undertones. And I think Arrival is a movie that engages with that on its face in a really refreshing way. And a movie that maybe like another one that we did recently was Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And I feel like that's a movie that really is betraying much more of its colonial themes than like actually choosing to engage with them. And going into my question now, do you feel like in like very broadly, like what are your thoughts on like bringing your politics into like the creation of instrumental music? Is it something that like you feel is really attached to like if you're working on a film, like is it something that's attached to the film, or is it something that you feel like you've been able to also bring into like working on albums and working on like more audio centric projects? This is a question that I'm also like very much I've thought a lot about in my work, and I'm curious to hear your take on it.
I think it's a combination of those things. I think for me, the film projects that I find myself a part of, that political landscape or those sorts of commentaries are occurring naturally in the work that I choose to be a part of. And I think that's why I sign on to work and collaborate in those spaces, because I find a kinship with other artists in those moments. Mm-hmm. So I would say a majority of the film work that I've done has found them firmly seated in those spaces. It's harder for me to be involved in a project that is devoid of that. And I've definitely turned things down that I really I just can't find my way through to them. And, that's nothing to be said about the work itself. It's just that I don't find myself in those projects. Mm-hmm. And I think I would be, if I'm not in a space where I feel like I'm challenging myself and enjoying that work and being able to collaborate with folks in that space, or don't have some sort of commonality in that particular way, I just don't think it would work. I think I would not personally be happy or excited. And, that's just where I'm at. And I think for a project like Arrival, the story was already in line with my way of thinking and being and living, that I didn't necessarily have to inject something into it. The intentionality of the work was already doing that heavy lifting. Mm-hmm. And so I could feel comfortable to be able to create in that space. And once again, work in collaboration with folks to sort of drive the bigger project forward and advance it.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you for that perspective. Yeah, no, because like ultimately, like I think I like that as an idea of just like, I don't not even finding yourself in situations where like you have to stray outside of, I guess, your value set. That's something I really want for myself in finding work. I feel like I go through so many like not even just with like music and stuff. I go through like job applications where it's just like, oh yeah, do you just want to like debase yourself for a salary? And I'm just like,
Yeah, of course. It's hard. It is difficult. You do struggle in those spaces. And I find, especially at this point in my life, once you get past the age of 50, at least for me, I've established the work that I've done over decades. And I feel very comfortable in that. I can trust my own intuition in those spaces. And if I feel that something is not right, I feel good about saying, it's okay, I'm going to sit this one out. I think it's also the sort of ethos that I've lived by since I was very young, since I was a teenager, and also coming up in subcultures and punk communities. I've sort of adhered to that my entire life. And so it would be very foreign to me. And let's be clear, the film industry in and of itself, I still feel like an alien in that space. No pun intended with the podcast, but there is something that I find is very different from me, and it's just important that I'm able to do work in that space and maintain the integrity of the work, no matter what. I have to feel good about it walking away from it, and that's the most important thing. And also, you're building relationships. You have the opportunity to find people in these projects that you can come back to, maintain relationships with, build a vocabulary. And so if I'm working with a director or an editor that I've worked with before, we already have a way of working that's ingrained, and we have a vocabulary in which we can shift and move in that space fairly seamlessly because we know how each other work. And that's really important. If I ever have the opportunity to do that, that's always at the top of the list.
Yeah. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk today. We are going to go back to the episode. Everybody, this is Robert Aiki Aubrey Lowe. And okay.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for coming on. Okay, we're back. That was such a lovely interview. I recorded that last night. Yeah. What a wonderful thing to sit down with Robert. I really loved his perspective. I really love what he had to say about first in background. Yeah. I didn't super get into it in the interview. More recently, Robert has been working on like documentary pieces. He worked on a film called Union, which is about one of the Amazon workers unions that was like doing a push, and I think ultimately they were unsuccessful. It's very sad. And also like the documentary Seeds, which is largely about like generational Black farming in the South, the many facets that holds. But so like Robert is like, I loved what he had to say about like entering these movies that have something ideologically to say, because he's just around artists who have something ideologically to say, and like I love that idea of just like, yeah, I've cultivated a community to the extent that I don't really get proposed work that would go outside of my moral frameworks and what I'm about.
Yeah, which
I think that's such a wonderful and like not a way that a lot of people conduct their artistic careers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mad respect. Thank you so much, Robert, for sitting down and talking with me.
Yes, thank you so much. I really appreciate that you were able to have that conversation with him.
Yeah.
And that it can be on the show. And I didn't get to speak to him, but he seems just so very lovely. And the work that he did on this movie and other films is just so truly amazing.
Yeah.
It's really wonderful.
Yeah. Also, with the content of this interview, I get to update the Wikipedia page about the soundtrack because it got the story slightly wrong.
Yeah, which, primary source?
Yeah.
Does that mean that we can be linked as a primary source on Wikipedia?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. That's pretty cool. And so, continuing where we left off, we are at the touchdown at the Montana site, sort of the fly-in. And this is one of the most... this is probably the most iconic shot from this movie, I think.
It's a shot that makes it into the trailer.
Yeah, and so we get introduced to, like, this is where we really mainline the score, I feel.
And we see the shell. And we've seen it in the TV a couple of times, but this is our first, like, real clear shot of it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's this, like, rolling shot of, like, a helicopter flying in, and it is this like large open field in the, like this valley, and there's like fog rolling in from like beyond the hills, and the shell is just like floating there ominously,
and in the shadow of the shell is this kind of like military village that's popped up.
Yeah, and the music just like is so perfect at like heightening the scene.
Yeah,
it is like the epitome of breathtaking in a lot of ways.
Oh my god, yeah.
It is one of the like neuron rewiring moments in film, I think.
It's like this scene, this shot is just like such a effective, I'm going to use the word cross-modal synthesis a lot in this movie.
Yeah.
Which is just to say that like everything is coalescing into this beautiful through composed thing.
Yeah.
The sound and the visuals are combining to create something that is stronger than any of the individual parts on their own.
Yes, absolutely. And it is the epitome of like it takes a village, I think.
Yeah.
And it is, especially if you go through all of the documentary featurettes, you see all of the different teams that like brought it together to make like this single moment happen.
Like everybody's work shines.
Yeah. And I think that is testament to the guy that they have at the helm coordinating everything in Villeneuve, and just like the team that he assembled.
Yeah.
Truly, truly amazing. And so we get this amazing, beautiful shot, the most iconic shot in this film, probably. And then we touch down at the actual site, and we get introduced to Captain Marks, played by Mark O'Brien, who is Colonel Weber's like right-hand man. And you theorized earlier that Captain Marks is the guy who was on the recording that was played to Dr. Banks. And then we also get introduced to CIA liaison Agent Halpern, played by Michael Stuhlbarg, who...
You hate Colonel Weber's character. I fucking hate this guy.
Oh,
I hate Agent Halpern.
I despise... like all military folks, I despise.
Yeah.
But the CIA, especially, Agent Halpern is a real piece of shit.
He's our Kits in this film.
Yes, absolutely.
Kits from Contact is like the other guy who is like most closely associatable with this. I don't think we really get this character in Close Encounters.
No, not as much, thankfully.
Yeah.
And it entirely absent from Signs.
Yeah.
Except for maybe like the recruiting officer, but that's a really big stretch.
But he's not filling the same narrative space.
Not at all. And the other thing that I want to note, just because we talked about Signs last time, Michael Stuhlbarg to me kind of looks like Joaquin Phoenix, who plays Meryl in Signs.
Yeah.
They're not related.
Yeah, but they do. I see it.
They have similar faces to me, and I think Michael Stuhlbarg is he's an excellent actor, and he does a really good job of me fucking hating him.
Yeah.
And similar with Mark O'Brien, who does a wonderful job of kind of playing like a like evil lizard man in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Like
Mark O'Brien playing Captain Marks.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, really, really doing a good job of playing like an emotionally repressed guy who definitely owns a dog.
Yeah.
He's still making payments on that vibe.
Yeah, the enlistment bonus went down.
He got it at a great introductory rate.
Yeah. And so after being introduced to the research teams, an alarm goes off, and Weber explains that there's 15 minutes before the alien ship opens up, and everyone starts suiting up and driving out to the ship. And this whole sequence, I just love it so much. And part of the featurettes, they talked about how they were kind of going for like a dirty sci-fi feeling. And the way that they described it was the feeling that this movie takes place on like a really bad Tuesday, which I think it does so perfectly. Because for context, it's like really foggy, like shitty weather, and they're driving out to the shell in the back of like pickup trucks in these like big ass like
they're moving really slow.
Yeah, and they're like off-roading in these big pickup trucks that they're sitting in the back of in these like really like gnarly hazmat suits.
I just put together what this shot reminds me of.
Yeah.
You're finally awake. You walked into that at Stormcloak. You walked into that Imperial ambush, same as us.
Oh my god! Yeah, Oh god. Oh, you're right. It does look like the opening.
And the timeline's right too. Movie post-dated to Skyrim.
Yeah. Oh, I see exactly what you mean.
I don't think it's actually that. I just that was a silly thing I put together just now.
No, but visually I can see it. Yeah. I don't think it's intentional, but. Yeah, and so the notion of dirty sci-fi,
Yeah.
that I think this movie does a very good job. I think it's the same thing that I really like about the original trilogy in Star Wars, where there is a deep sense of everything being lived in.
Yeah.
And
I think this extends to like once we get out to the shell, like what else are they lifted up in but a scissor lift?
Yeah, and there's a great moment. So the ship is like floating like 30 feet off the ground, and Villeneuve was like talking about like, well, how do they get up there? Like he had this conversation, and he was like, well, they use a scissor lift because that is something that like everyday people can see in their life, and it creates the sense that this is happening in the real world. It's not like some super advanced technology. This is adding to the dirty sci-fi of it all. This is a realistic response and thing that like we would do in the situation, because this is supposed to be our world split into a timeline where aliens are real.
It's a really sober and like grounding moment in this otherwise very fantastical scene where like I think most other alien movies want to amp up of a scene like this. They really want to amp up the tension by like using something that the average person doesn't see in their day-to-day life.
Yeah.
Whether that be like a super cool big elevator or like something megalithic moving, or even some like fully constructed piece of sci-fi tech that the military has or whatever. But no, it's just a run-of-the-mill scissor lift that you would see on a construction site, because what else would they use?
Yeah, in the same way that like they're driving like out to this.
Yeah.
Fuck, that's gonna be bleeped.
The high is great.
Yeah, and it's just like these are it's not even like, notably it's not even like military vehicles or military like technology. It is just everyday stuff.
And Toyota trucks can be military vehicles,
but it's not the same thing as like
it's
like
not
a
Humvees.
Humvee. Exactly, or like a tank,
or like an MRAP.
Exactly. And so it feels like the military is out of their depth. In a lot of ways, where it's like they have nothing to match.
They've just kind of turned up on Montana with like whatever the Montana National Guard had on hand.
Which
apparently didn't include any Humvees.
Well, and it's the shot of them driving down where like everybody's in the hazmat suits like sitting on the back. It's just like it's so good. It's so good visually.
I think also I love the hazmat suits being bright orange. I think especially in this scene, they go up in the scissor lift.
Yes.
Gravity kind of gets fucky in this antechamber hallway.
Yeah.
And I love that the suits are orange, because it feels like such a strong nod to 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Yeah, definitely.
I feel like it's very much meant to echo that in a way. Also, just like it is like those are realistic radiation and hazmat suits.
Yes,
and they got the white vest they've got on. I'm pretty sure because they mention it in the context of like we haven't measured any radiation, but they're just for protection. I'm assuming that's like a lead vest.
It's either lead vest or it is Kevlar.
Yeah, well, Kevlar doesn't protect against radiation.
No, but like still, I think that's like the kind of precaution that the military. It's not a plate carrier, but it looks like it could be like a Kevlar like undervest.
Yeah, just in case the aliens shoot you with a gun.
Yeah, apparently, that's the way that the military thinks about things, though, and it's fascinating.
The gray alien just pulls out a 1911.
Yeah, we've been observing your culture.
Yeah, motherfucker.
And so like you said, they sort of scissor lift up to like the opening, and then gravity gets fucky, and we get this really amazing shot of Captain Marks as he cracks a glow stick, and then he throws it up, and we track it as it leaves his hands, and it goes up into the shaft, and then eventually like it makes it like 10-15 feet, and then it falls against the wall of the shaft as to like showcase that gravity is different here. And it's so amazing.
It's so cool. It's a really intentionally disorienting scene.
It is the way that the camera works here is just like so beautiful, and so it's so awesome. And they go up, they sort of like jump up into the shell, and the gravity like carries them up, and as they go up, Banks seems to be like losing her composure. Which it like obviously, but it
forget the aliens, we're talking about fear of heights here.
Literally. And this is sort of like this becomes like the through line of her becoming more and more comfortable with like the aliens and like doing this and like building the bravery to get this done.
And even like the moment where Colonel Weber like literally grabs her
Yeah.
and brings him with her. The shot that we get here is beautiful cinematography.
Yeah.
It's looking straight down at the ground.
Yeah.
And we're suddenly brought back into focus of the orientation of all of this, of, oh, yeah, we are just like 50 feet above the ground now. No wonder she's getting fear of heights.
Yeah, it's really terrifying and visceral in this unique way. And
I also want to add that the shell, both inside and outside, is like has this beautiful organic greebling on it.
yes,
It's like meant to look like slate.
yes, it looks like slate. And I'm gonna keep saying this, but like in the behind the scenes stuff, they talked about how they wanted it to. There's an interesting tension at the heart of the aliens where they want them to feel organic and relatable while also being otherworldly. And I think the slate, the stone is like a perfect encapsulation of that, where it looks like stone, but it is in this context that doesn't make sense for the way that we understand things.
Yeah.
Like stone like this shouldn't be in a spaceship. And it creates this like really unique feeling.
And I think it does that well. I think this movie really does a great job of like portraying the heptapods as people.
Yeah.
And just as like strange people that we don't understand.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
And it's a lot of the core conflict of the movie even is like Dr. Banks recognizes this pretty quick and everyone else kind of doesn't recognize it.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, the stone is, it looks familiar, but it is made out of something that we do not know.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of like a really great encapsulation of the relationship to all of the alien stuff in this world.
We also get like a great like score stab. It happens twice. Once when we first see I'm going to call it the looking glass. The book refers to the shell itself as the looking glass.
Mm-hmm.
And just like a notable like plot difference is that in the book it's a looking glass and the heptapods aren't actually in there. Like they're in orbit and like the looking glass is just a means for people to see heptapods to see people.
Yeah, they're basically video calling.
In the book they're on and whereas in the film they're in the looking glass, which makes I think that makes it more compelling film, especially with some of the other plot beats we get. But we get this like this really great music stab for both like the revelation of the looking glass as well as the revelation of the heptapods later in the scene.
Yes, and to describe it, it is essentially, it's a large wide open room, and then at one end there is just like a large glass screen, kind of like a zoo enclosure is like the best way that I can describe it.
Very much.
It is like a smoky white gray on the other side.
Yeah. I was really surprised. It's really the shell is really reminiscent of the work of the artist James Turrell.
Mm-hmm.
I know we went to Mass Mocha last year and saw some James Turrell pieces. Wasn't involved with this movie.
Interesting.
They were the set designers were very inspired by James Turrell, but he was not a part of it, which I thought was interesting and surprising.
Yeah.
Maybe he was just busy or didn't want to work on a movie. I don't know.
Yeah, and sometimes people just draw,
Yeah, but I mean, the set design, I think I don't remember where I read this, but I looked it up, and the set design, I think, is intentionally like biting the work of Turrell.
Yeah, and the really novel thing about this is that it is a physical set. They built the inside of the ship, and it is not green screen. Even the like giant glass screen that they're interacting with, that is just like a large like lit screen.
I love that.
And it is like it's so cool to see them like walking around the set, like in the behind the scenes stuff and like filming.
It's such a breath of fresh air, because I think I'm glad you brought that up, because I think I just assumed that a lot of those shots were probably super green screened in the way that, I don't know, all of the Marvel movies, for instance, are.
Yeah, and the thing that Villeneuve said is that he hates working with green screens, and so like it was really important that this like centerpiece be a physical set to him.
Yeah.
And now the screen itself kind of reminds me a lot of like volume stages, which are like the mainly I associate them with like newer Star Wars stuff where it's basically like this really huge screen that like wraps around, and they do like a lot of like computer generated footage to put actors in this location.
It is a bit of a theater.
Yeah, and it volume stages are a step up from green screen, but they are not physical sets, which I think is very notable.
Oh, sorry, I didn't put together. You're talking about like sort of the thing that's a lot of like LCD screens.
Yeah, it's like the volume stage is like the specific technology that like Marvel and like Lucasfilms have developed, and or not Marvel, Disney and Lucasfilms have developed for Star Wars. That is like the thing after green screens in a lot of ways. And I find that it has a similar feel where there's just like a huge ass LED screen at one end of this room. And so there's like a thick fog on the other side of it, and they're basically like standing there waiting, and Dr. Banks is like, so what happens now? And then Colonel Weber goes, they arrive.
Roll credits.
Roll credits.
I hate CinemaSins, but I think that's such a funny joke.
It is. I
do believe every movie we've watched so far does this bit.
Yeah.
Contact, there's a moment where they say contact. In a very I don't think there's anywhere in Close Encounters of the Third Kind where they say the title of the movie. Or no, they do. They're like, have you had a close encounter?
Yes, they do that, and then in Signs,
have you seen Signs or Miracles?
Yeah, exactly. And so maybe we'll hit a movie that doesn't say it.
Yeah,
that doesn't.
It's gonna be notable the first time that happens.
Yeah, say the line, Bart. And so they're hanging around waiting, and then we get the reveal of the heptapods, which their design is so cool. They appear they are like 7-limbed aliens, and each of their limbs terminates in a hand that is also like 7 digits.
Heptapod.
Jeremy Renner nicely explains why they're called that later on.
Yeah.
But the really cool thing is they look kind of squid-like, and they look hand-like. They've
got knuckles.
Yeah, in the fog they look like a hand, like from like some sort of massive creature off screen, which I really love, because like the first time you watch it, that's so foreboding.
I think the first time I watched it, I was like, this thing is going to be much, much larger than this hand looking thing. Yeah,
and it does end up being that.
Yeah,
it is a lot larger than what we just see, but it sort of like it has this energy of being like, this is just the hand of a creature that is like in proportion to humans.
Yeah,
it's kind of the feeling where it's like, this is just one part of it.
I think it's also really interesting how until when we finally see the full alien, when they bring Louise on the other side of the looking glass, spoiler alert, it feels really intimate. Yeah, I think it's really interesting how in these like conversation scenes, in these sessions, as the movie calls them, like there is this like closed off almost video call element to the communication between the humans and the heptapods, where they can see all of our tiny selves, but we can only see like a small sliver of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the other thing is that as the movie progresses and Dr. Banks becomes more like familiar with the language, she goes from on the other side of the glass to eventually she's like touching the glass, and then finally she is on the other side of the glass with them.
Yeah,
and it is a progression of like getting closer and more intimate, like you said.
Yeah.
But the design for the alien, so it's like this hand thing, and it looks like it terminates at the wrist almost, and it almost looks like Nat is looking at me do the hand.
Yeah.
But it looks almost as if like the backside of the palm is like where their face is. Like there are like these indentations that kind of like look like eyes, and it's very haunting and creepy.
Yeah.
But in reality, the heptapods go further up, and they have this like what looks like a torso, and then like terminating in like a head, like this
honestly,
really long body.
I can most describe it as like it's a really, really tall squid.
Yeah,
it like the rest of their bodies is very squid-like.
Yes, and it's very weirdly proportioned, and I think the interesting thing is that like past the hand looking thing, it just looks like a giant like chest cavity.
Yeah.
And then it has like a little head at the top.
Yeah.
But notably it doesn't have a mouth.
And that head kind of doesn't seem important for communication.
No, not at all. And it's also like we don't know if they have eyes. Like we don't see
Yeah.
eyes really, in like a traditional sense, which I think is another element that like makes them feel very alien.
Yeah.
Because eyes are the window to the soul, as we all know.
We've successfully constructed a species of alien that will be very difficult to communicate with. This alien is nothing like us.
Yeah, they're rocking base 7,
and I think it's like really it's forget base 7, base 49.
Yeah.
But I think there's this really like interesting facet where like the heptapods look kind of scary and then aren't.
Yeah, absolutely. They're very like imposing, like both like from a physical sense because they are so like large.
Yeah. But then in their behavior they end up being like really kind.
Yeah, they're very like soft and very graceful, which is like notable for like how large they are.
Very much like a sea creature.
Yeah, it that is the best way to describe them, and it kind of feels like the medium in which they exist beyond the glass wall. It is somewhere between like fog and liquid, in like a really really fascinating way.
Yeah,
that it looks not like air.
It's almost like the grounded in science thing of this is it looks almost like a supercritical fluid.
Yeah. It is very, very cool. And I think the other thing that I want to touch on here, not to go into too much detail, is just that like the fact that they have this really big chest cavity sort of informed the sound design for what they sound like.
Yeah.
And so the folks, it was a team in New Zealand. It's the same guy that worked on District 9 and did like the alien vocalizations for that, did it for Arrival. And he talks about his process being like, you look at the physiology of this alien that they've created and you sort of come up with like an internal logic for why they sound that way. And he looked at like the big chest cavity thing and he was like, okay, well maybe they have like bones in there that resonate and it's just like this big like resonation chamber.
Yeah.
And
also, another little sound design moment is I'm fairly certain, I know that Colin Stetson was also involved in this film. For those of you who don't know, Colin Stetson did the score for Hereditary. Ooh. I've technically worked with him indirectly on the score for Color Out of Space. I did like some engineering for the violin player he was working with.
Ooh.
But Colin Stetson, if you don't know, his like whole deal is the saxophone and especially like saxophone like multi-harmonics. Like the cool extended technique stuff that you can do with a Barry sax. And I hear a lot of that in the heptapod vocalizations. There's a lot of multiphonic stuff going on in there that I have to wonder if that was the sound designers pulling in some samples of Colin playing. Yeah,
the sound designs for the aliens, a lot of different sources, a lot of like natural sources with like a lot of post-processing. And it's just a very cool process for making that. But enough about the design of the aliens. I wanted to get it out just so that we could move on. After waiting, the aliens appear and Weber says like, okay, you can start. And Banks is kind of just like too stunned to really do anything. And we get a smash cut to her in the decontamination room where the implication is that she froze and they left immediately because she just like couldn't do her job.
Yeah. But then the line we get from Colonel Weber is really funny and also telling about the earlier in the helicopter scene, we see someone getting like carted off in a medevac and she's like, what's that about? And he's like, not everyone can handle the experience.
Yeah.
And then we get a little bit more insight into what had happened previously. Where she was like, okay, so am I fired? I feel like I flubbed that so hard.
Yeah.
And Colonel Weber's like, you're better than the last guy.
Yeah.
And we can assume that the last guy, I think Dr. Walker was his name. It's mentioned as a one-off while she's getting introduced to the like experts working with the army. But yeah, we're left to assume that this guy like had a panic attack and subsequent medical emergency from meeting the heptapods.
Yeah, I love her line of like she's like taking off the hazmat suit and just like breathing really heavy, and she just goes, "Am I fired?"
Yeah,
I love that line so much.
Her like stress about the job is a reoccurring plot point in this movie.
Definitely. And I think I love this moment so much because it is she's recovering from this like moment of like really like shock, but the fact that her first response is "Am I fired?" is like, it speaks to the fact that she wants to do this so badly, which I really love. Like she is hungry for this, and this is like her dream almost, but she's just having like a hard time working up to it. And so from there, they're waiting for the ship to reopen, and Banks listens to recordings of the aliens, and is just sort of like taking notes and like studying. Meanwhile, soldiers watch news about civil unrest and like cults, and I believe there's like a mass suicide.
We get another reference to a Heaven's Gate-esque org.
Yeah,
this is whereas Contact is like playing in this space, and it could be referential of Heaven's Gate, but it could also just as easily be referential of Jonestown or any of the other like mass suicide cults of the 70s through the 90s. I feel like this piece is very specifically referencing Heaven's Gate, because we are now, whereas Contact came out I think like 3 to 6 months after the Heaven's Gate incident happened, where you don't know, everyone in the Heaven's Gate cult killed themselves as like a ritual thing. Like they thought there was a UFO behind the Halley-Bopp comet, and they thought that killing themselves together would get them ascended to the UFO, and instead it just got them dead.
As it tends to, unfortunately.
But whereas Contact is kind of in this production timeline where like maybe it's referencing Heaven's Gate, maybe it's just a coincidence, and you, the viewer, are thinking about Heaven's Gate because it's news.
Yeah.
I think Arrival is much more unambiguously like referencing Heaven's Gate in this moment.
Absolutely.
Didn't think they were going to come up again on this podcast.
Yeah, I feel like that. I wonder if there's a movie out there that is about that style of cult that we could talk about.
Like, probably. I can get into Heaven's Gate for the tinfoil segment at some point, because they definitely believed in UFOs.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot to dig into there, but I think
the website is still up.
Really?
Is one of the big things. Like, yeah, you can still go to the Heaven's Gate website. I don't know who is keeping the hosting live.
I was about to say, I wonder who... Yeah. Fascinating. But yeah, I think the Heaven's Gate style cult goes hand in hand with like sort of it becomes shorthand for like the mass civil unrest that we see a lot of the time in these movies. And we also see that like other nations reveal that they haven't really made any progress. So move forward a little bit, and the team is preparing to go in for session 2. And we get a really good shot of Banks's hand like shaking. She is bringing a whiteboard, and she's basically explaining that she'll never be able to speak their language just because it's so far from human speech, and it's not something that we can recreate. But she may be able to write it, and so that's kind of her goal.
Yeah, this is a thing where I see your point about like Colonel Weber maybe putting it on just a little bit too thick.
Yeah.
Whereas I do think it would be readily apparent to an Army colonel why it's easier to learn writing than it is to learn speech.
Yeah. And I think one of the things is the goal is to, I think this comes up in Contact too, of the goal is to give the aliens as little information as possible while getting the most information in return.
Yeah, there's tactical strategy going on here, especially with the character of the CIA agent who's his entire thing is like every like Colonel Weber says this, but also just the CIA agent, like he's just embodying this in his character of he's like, everything you do in there, I have to report back to a room of people whose first and last question will be, how can this be used against us?
Yes, which is, I think that's one of the defining lines.
And that really, I think that that like sells the paranoia of the military and the U.S. State apparatus in this movie. I think it's also really reflective of how the U.S. state apparatus conducts itself and has conducted itself.
Yeah.
And was conducting itself at the time of this movie. Like it's this like it's this incredibly like paranoid dynamic where you're just like, well, like everyone is potentially our enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that can be used against us will be used against us.
Yeah.
And so like keeping up our walls, giving them as little information as we can, and like what that does to you is that you're approaching every single interaction with someone as an adversary. And I think maybe a theme that Arrival really explores is that when you approach someone else as an adversary, they might see you as an adversary.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that like entering entering the dynamic with that intention, you are signaling to the other party that you might also be causing them harm.
Yes, absolutely.
And that they need to keep their guards up.
Yeah, exactly. I think
we call it escalation.
Yes, exactly. And I think the thing that this movie, and I think Contact to a lesser degree, is like openness breeds openness.
Yeah.
In a lot of regards, and I think and
the inverse is also true.
Yes, and the tension between that is between those is sort of like central to the films and the way that the scientists interact with the government. But yeah, it's very, very interesting, the sort of the position that the military is playing, and the fact that the tension between openness and closed off communication is very interesting. And I think you mentioned like Colonel Weber and my issues with him. There's a question of whether or not he actually knows what's going on and is like playing dumb in order to try and minimize what Dr. Banks can do, versus him like genuinely not knowing what's going on in regards to the way that she's communicating. And part of me thinks that he is, for lack of a better term, playing dumb and like asking her to justify everything as best she can, in the hopes that they can get as little like leeway, give her as little leeway as possible.
Yeah, I definitely think like Colonel Weber plays a really frustrating character within the plot of this film, and I feel like that's incredibly intentional.
Yeah, absolutely. He's stonewalling her every chance he gets.
Which the thing that you would expect any army colonel to do, likely.
Yeah, exactly.
Their job isn't to be friends with you. Their job is to win wars.
Yeah. And so she brings in the whiteboard, and she starts off with the word human. And in response, the aliens release like a dark gas from their hands that sort of slowly like morphs into the circular logograms that make up the heptapod language, the written heptapod language. And the look of recognition and excitement in her eyes when they respond with the logogram is so amazing, and I adore it.
Yeah, the movie doesn't make this distinction, but the book also makes the distinction that they did make a little bit of progress with Heptapod A. The Heptapod A is the spoken language, and Heptapod B is the written language.
Yeah.
Whereas the movie just abandons Heptapod A pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this is like a beautiful shot, and I think like I love the design of the Heptapod writing system.
Yeah.
And that they like write with their body parts. It's not a thing we do. We had to invent tools to write.
Yeah, the best way that because they released ink, the closest analog for us would be like writing in like spit or blood.
Yeah,
it kind of is how it feels. Where it is
even writing in blood, you need a tool.
Yeah, exactly, and it is so unique in that regard.
It's like it'd be like learning to spit in like a specific way that you like create shapes and ideograms.
Yeah,
just from going.
Yeah, it's very unique and cool, and I think it adds to the sense of them being so alien.
It's another place where this is also a thing Villeneuve did for Dune, where like just like really fleshing out the internal fiction here.
Yeah,
like it's really apparent watching this movie that it was somebody's job to like go through and construct a really intricate Heptapod B language.
Yes, there is a part in the like little documentaries where they talk about it, and Villeneuve was like, yeah, I got handed this massive packet explaining the entire alien language. And there's basically like a Bible that lays it out, and I
want to read that.
It's really cool, and there are like notes of like when each of the like different logograms shows up, like where it shows up, and it's like this is on like a computer monitor. This shows up in this scene, and there is like a actual like breakdown of like one of the things that they did is there's like a curl in the circle that denotes like it being a question. And it looks like a question mark, but it's a very cool conlang, like a constructed language.
Oh, and I just want to mention because I referenced Villeneuve Dune, the place in Dune where they like did their linguistics homework is that the Sardaukar language is an incredibly stripped down and efficient version of English.
Oh, interesting.
Meant to explore how the Sardaukar are these like very Spartan like people.
That's cool.
Yeah, like the It's very cool. I love that attention to detail.
Yeah, I adore it. Bonus pod episodes about Dune when.
Yeah, one of these days.
Yeah. And so that's sort of the introduction of like I Am Human is sort of the second session's main thing, and we get introduced to Heptapod B / the written language. And after the session, Weber is upset because he thinks teaching the aliens how to write is going to take too long, and Banks has to explain to him that it'll take less time and prevent errors because you need a foundation from which to ask more complex questions, and so you need to start with the basics. In the same way that, interestingly, they try communicating with the aliens in like algebra initially, and they don't
Dr. Donnelly has like a like line about this too, where he's like, are they responding to any like sequences or Fibonacci or anything?
Yeah.
I think it's funny that Fibonacci is the one that he brings up. I don't know. I mean, I guess Fibonacci numbers are like, I guess they're an intrinsic property of arithmetic. I don't know. Mathematicians watching this, do Fibonacci numbers work in other bases? Do Fibonacci numbers work outside of base 10, or are the base 7 Fibonacci numbers like different numbers?
Somebody get in the comments and let us know.
Yeah, because it's an arithmetic property is how the Fibonacci series is constructed.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe it works in other bases.
Potentially. Yeah, I think it's interesting that he notes that and not pi.
Yeah, and there's like like pi is a big one. Pi is the one that like Sagan was obsessed with.
Yeah.
I think Fibonacci numbers are also like this movie does this a couple of times where the book is a lot more interested in like math concepts. It's not like super heady about that math, but there's in one of these intelligence scenes, one of the like other countries' researchers is being like, oh yeah, they like don't seem to understand like basic arithmetic, but they do seem to understand like more complex topics that like we have a shaky grasp on.
Yeah.
The book names this as Bell's theorem, which is I cannot begin to like give a proper, accurate analysis of Bell's theorem. Bell's theorem is like one of the most confusing parts of the modern physics literature.
Yeah.
It's this mathematical theorem that it posits this idea that light will always take the path of least time to get from point A to point B. It's called a Birkees-de-Crone trajectory. And the interesting thing about this, and the reason why like Bell's theorem like attracts crackpots like flypaper. And the reason for this is that in order for Bell's theorem to work, you have to know the start and the end point at the outset. And so there's like this implication in Bell's theorem that light kind of that there's a predestination element to light.
Yeah.
And that is compatible with general relativity.
Yeah.
It's such an interesting theory. I'll have to read up on Bell's theorem so that I can get into it and also get into like some of the crank theories around Bell's theorem.
I would love to hear that.
Because there is a lot of tinfoil related to Bell's theorem. But Contact does this too, where I think someone in the writer's room was just like, we can't throw a math concept at the audience.
Yeah.
And that's really disappointing to me. I hate that movies are afraid to throw math concepts at audiences.
Yeah.
I think this is like a broader thing with like, I think math gets a really bad rap. I think if math was like taught a different way in school, if math was taught a little bit more like science, where there was more emphasis on getting you excited about it before teaching you about like the nitty gritty.
Yeah.
Most science teachers know how to like put on a good show and like show you an exciting experiment before they like get into the mechanics of how things work.
Right.
Whereas a lot of math is just like if Sadie went to the store and bought 47 watermelons at $5 a piece, how much money did she spend? And it's like, yeah, of course that's not compelling.
Yeah.
But I think that it's...
well, one might say that 47 watermelons is compelling.
Like, maybe. If you saw someone with 47 watermelons in their cart at the grocery store, you'd definitely ask some questions.
Yeah.
But that's to say that, like, there is so much interesting beauty to be had in math. I think I said this in the most recent bonus episode, is like I think math in a lot of ways is like the closest thing we have to magic in our world.
Yeah, definitely.
And there's like I wish that movies would be a little bit more willing to throw math concepts at audiences, and some of that is that I wish that we lived in a world that was nicer to math.
Definitely. I think I agree with you. I think more math in movies would be good.
Oh, and also, sorry, finishing. I have to close this loop.
Yeah.
The reason why it's narratively interesting and important that we bring up Bell's theorem and not any other piece of math is that with this element of like it kind of places time on its head. It implies that time is not this thing that only moves forward because light has to be able to, light isn't a sentient being that can feel or know things, but like it kind of feels like light has to know where it's going before it gets there.
Yeah.
And that just destroys our understanding of temporality. And it's such an incredible synthesis with the plot of this movie because the language changes your understanding of temporality.
Yes.
And it's this nod that we get before we know that Heptapod B changes your sense of temporality.
Yeah. The theory of least time, the way that they explain it in the novella is through like air and water because light moves slower through water.
Yeah.
And the way that Donnelly basically explains it to Banks is you pick a point beyond the water and you're trying to figure out what's the fastest way to get there. And there is like you have to move through the right amount of light and then through the right amount of water at like specific angles in order to get there the fastest way. And it's kind of counterintuitive because one would assume that you move through as much air as possible before going into the water. But that mathematically, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
There's like a perfect ratio. And the thing that is so fucky, like you said, is that light seems to know the exact perfect way to get to where it needs to go the fastest.
All the time. Every time.
And the thing, one of the featurettes is Ted Chiang talking about like sort of like the things that inspired him to write the story. And like he talks about Bell's theorem.
Yeah.
And how the notable thing is, and the thing that sort of relates to the temporality of the heptapods and the language is that in physics and mathematics, if you have the start point and the end point, then you can intuit what happens in the middle in order to connect those two things. And that's sort of like the thesis in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And he goes on this whole long thing about like talking about like the Big Bang and the heat death of the universe and how those are related. And sort of he lays out this theory that those are your A and B points and everything in the middle, like going from like low entropy to high entropy states of the universe. I'm paraphrasing what he's saying, but the reason that everything is predestined in this world that he imagined and laid out is because it is a closed physical system. And so there is one way to get from A to B, the endpoints of like time in the universe. And that is why things are predestined and run the way that they will, because that is how we get from point A to point B, no matter what.
So what you're saying is that I actually don't want scientists to create the grand unified theory that squares quantum physics with general relativity, because then John Calvin would be right. And fuck that guy.
Fuck John
Calvin.
We
hate John Calvin. This is an anti-John Calvin podcast.
I would be frankly really surprised if we came out as pro-Calvinist. I think everybody would be surprised.
That's real. Fuck that guy.
Yeah. But yes, exactly. John Calvin was right. He didn't realize it, but he was right in this universe. Yeah. And the way that he talks about it is very interesting. And I think going back to what you were saying about wanting more math in movies, I agree, because it is a thematically relevant and resonant concept that gets cut from the film.
And all they had to do was say Bell's theorem.
Yeah, but I think, so my thing, I hate to phrase it this way, but to play devil's advocate about this, because I think I often do when we bring up the math discussion, is it is thematically resonant, but if they mention Bell's theorem, then they have to go into explaining the entire thing. And they can explain the entire thing, but that adds a lot of time to the film that is spent explaining this thing in a way that to sit down and give the audience like a sufficient understanding of Bell's theorem and to give them that lesson, I think is a lot more difficult in the filmic language than it is in the written word.
Yeah.
And I think the introduction of that slows down the film and kind of ruins the pace and the editing in a way that's really unfortunate, because it requires one of the things that Eric Heiser, who wrote the script, there's like an interview with him, and he says that like one of the things that he doesn't like about sci-fi is when it assumes too many things about its audience, and that it won't understand like difficult concepts. And so Arrival is kind of a response to that, where they throw all of these ideas at the audience and like expect them to understand it and be able to like get a grasp on it.
And that is a really thin line. I as a person who like I'm primarily in these artistic spaces. I went to school for music, not science, but I'm also so fascinated by science. I've done a lot of like, I did like an internship as like an acoustical engineer, and through that I like really brushed up my physics background. Yeah. And I find myself in these situations where I'm like explaining a technical topic to someone who is non-technical. Yeah. And it is like there is this line you have to tread where like you don't want to patronize people, but you also don't want to just be way over their head in a way that's daunting. Yeah. And, when you're talking to a person, that's a dialogue, and you can ask them, what do you already know and what don't you know? Right. Whereas in a movie, like, you're appealing to a wider audience. I think my thought on this, granted, this is like my opinion as someone who's never made or released a movie. Right. I've released a couple of albums, but that's a different thing. Yeah. I feel like, me personally, I would say there is an extent to which we can hold the viewer's hand, but there is, I think, also an extent to which you have to trust that the viewer can look things up on their own.
Yeah. Well, so a couple of things in response to that, where like the idea that people can look things up. I think part of like a movie-going experience, I think the platonic ideal of a movie-going experience is an uninterrupted thing. Yeah. Where you are like the theater, where you are in a space where you don't have time to look things up. Yeah. And so I think part of it is you want the audience to be able to understand and like glean the significance of the thing without having to pause and look something up. And I think that is sort of like the short stop.
I guess it's to say like, sorry, you finish your thought.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, with the written word, I think you have more time and space to allow, like, to explain it and, like, hold the audience's hand more. But because of the way that the written word is constructed, where you engage with, you're basically pressing play on every single word. Yeah. And so you can, as the reader, be like, okay, I'm going to pause here and look this up. And that is sort of like built into the medium. Yeah. It is not in the same way in film.
Yeah. No, I agree. Like having a plot beat in a film that like the viewer needs to Google something to understand is like maybe a less effective way to make a movie. Yeah. I think it's like there's a continuum here, and on one end of it is like walking into a lecture that you've not been to for the last 6 weeks. Yeah. And you just like, you have no idea what's going on, and you just have to like infer things from context clues. And I think that can create good storytelling where you, the viewer, are not entirely sure what's going on, and you just kind of have to let the plot lead you where it's going. Yeah. I think the other end of this spectrum is considerably worse for me. I think the other end of the spectrum, we get like Marvel movies and like the guideline that Netflix gives their studios, which is that like a character has to explain the plot to the viewer every 20 minutes or something. Yeah. I think I am an audience member who wants to be allowed to guess and let my mind run wild a little bit. Absolutely. Maybe that's just me. I think I really get frustrated when a film holds my hand too hard.
Yeah, I feel similarly. I just think when we talk about, I agree where I don't like being handheld through a film, and one of my great complaints in a lot of movies, like when we were talking about Close Encounters with like the mashed potato scene, which is kind of,
or like I mean like this is a gripe I had with Signs in a couple of places as well. Yeah, the narrative really needs you to understand a certain thing.
And it bashes you over the head with it, and it spells it out rather than letting the subtlety carry it. And I think there is a difference between that and the presence of math. And I think ultimately the question of including these mathematic concepts in your film is like, is the juice worth the squeeze?
Yeah. And I think personally, if everything else in the movie was the same and you just ADR'd in that researcher saying Bell's theorem instead of they understand more complex theories. Yeah. I think, the non-nerdy viewers still have to like go look up Bell's theorem after the fact, but then they'll look up Bell's theorem after the movie and be like, oh, I understand why this relates to the temporal weirdness.
Yeah, it's a nice nod, but
it is like a coin toss though.
Yeah, it's a good nod, and like it's a thing that you can like learn about and like go like, oh, that's really awesome. But I think that like if we're talking about like on the level of just like name dropping Bell's theorem, then like, yeah, that's a really easy change. Like that is like super simple. But if we're talking about like explaining Bell's theorem to the audience and like incorporating that into the thematics and like making like a scene out of it,
I don't see where the movie would be able to do that.
Yeah. Okay. I think we just talked past each other really bad, but I think we had an interesting conversation.
Hey, I think that was great pod.
That was
good pod
just then. Yeah, that was really good pod. I think we talked past each other on that one.
It's okay,
and I feel bad, but I think we did just like we talked about a lot of important stuff just now.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I think we agree. Hand holding is bad.
Maybe this is like a writing exercise for me, is to like try to imagine a scene that explores math concepts in like an artful way.
Yeah, because I would love that. There's potentially I can't remember. There's a time travel movie that I can't remember the name of off the top of my head.
Because even
it's like one of the most like scientifically accurate like time travel movies, and it spends a lot of time like examining the math and science behind it. And I feel like this is probably exactly what you want.
Yeah, probably. Because I'm even thinking like what the other movies I know that even engage with the vibes of math. It's like Good Will Hunting and A Beautiful Mind, both of which are movies more about the drama of the mathematician than they are about the math itself. I actually think it's really funny that the math they talk about in Good Will Hunting, the like, oh, it's a complex Fourier series, is like, this is not groundbreaking research. This is like a complex calculating some stuff around a complex Fourier series like is some like MIT like first year weeding course stuff.
Yeah. Well, and I think in Good Will Hunting that's notable because the whole thing is that he's not in school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I learned about Fourier functions in my undergrad, and I went to music school.
dunking on Matt Damon right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, and shit, what was I gonna say? Oh, movies that engage with math. Hidden Figures might be one worth looking into. We could definitely talk about that. We
definitely should talk about Hidden Figures.
I would like to talk about that movie. I haven't seen it, but like
once again,
from what I understand,
I think what I remember of it, like it talks about how like computer used to be a job and how that was a job primarily done by Black women.
Yeah,
I'd have to rewatch the movie, but I don't know that the movie actually gets into the math itself so much as it's exploring the human drama around the math.
It probably, but the time travel movie I can't remember the name of, and Hidden Figures are the ones that I can think of. Audience members,
if you have any movies that like get into really hard math, I need a math fi movie.
Yeah, or just like a movie that like explains mathematical concepts. Like it sits you down and it's like you're getting a crash course in this right now.
Has anyone done like a Flatland movie?
Oh, that'd be awesome. But yeah, if you're gonna write in for anything, this is the thing we need you to write in for.
Yeah, I need math fiction.
Yes, we need to get Nat what she needs. So forgo talking to us about the films. Give us your recommendations for math movies.
I've already read Flatland.
Yeah, we want movies. We want TV shows.
Yeah. Flatland is also unfortunately like very stuck in 1950s gender.
Yeah. Oh, maybe Three Body Problem.
Oh yeah.
I haven't seen the show.
I know that I've not seen the show either. I do know that Three Body Problem addresses brachistochrome curves because the whole concept of space travel is that they've developed continuous acceleration crafts.
Yes, that novel is really, really excellent. I really enjoyed my read of that. That was something that I read in college. I would love to talk about Three Body Problem. We could do a little mini season on that season of television.
I'll have to watch that show.
Yeah. So
anyways,
I forgot where we left off. I'm just going to read. So after the session, Weber is upset because he thinks teaching the aliens how to write is going to take too long. And then Banks explains like, no, that's not wrong. We need to build the basis. And then this is where Weber says that even if it's true, he has to explain it to a room full of people asking, how can this be used against us? And in response, Banks tells a story about Captain James Cook. The story that she tells is basically he ran aground in Australia And when he led a party into the mainland, they ran into a group of Aboriginal people. One of his sailors pointed to the animals who hop around and carry their young in a pouch, asking what they are called. One of the Aboriginal people said kangaroo. Cook and his men never learned that it meant I don't understand.
Yeah. This is I did some research into this. So it's in the dialogue, Dr. Banks says, well, it's not true. And she's right about that, but it's not a story that she's making up so much as it's a historical story that's apocryphal.
Yeah.
It's like it's a rumor that was told by like I think some of Captain Cook's men.
Yeah.
But like yeah, the kangaroo was not an Aboriginal word for I don't understand.
Yeah.
And even that story gives the British a little bit too much credit, I feel.
Definitely. Absolutely.
But it's an apocryphal story, not a story. She's not just like bold-faced making something up.
Yeah, which if she could just come up with that off the cuff,
That's
that would
impressive.
be fucking insane.
Also, I love one of the songs in the score is titled Kangaroo.
Oh, really?
One of the songs in the score is also titled Principle of Least Time.
I love that. Really good names on the tracks for this movie.
The score is because the music started in pre-production, so a lot of the score is based around the book more so than the film.
Yeah. So Banks tells the story, and then Weber is like satisfied enough to like get off her back. But before he does, he says, "Remember what happened to the Aborigines? A more advanced race nearly wiped them out." Then he leaves, and like Banks, like you said, tells Donnelly that.
Isn't this also basically something that like Kitzer Drumlin says in Contact?
Yes, I think this is a through line of, and this is one of the things that this podcast is about. This is the colonial fear.
Yeah.
This is,
we know what we did to all these other people.
Yeah. This is the colonizer, the imperialist saying, this is what we would do. This is what we have done.
Yeah.
And this is what might happen to us.
No, it's like a prime, like telling on themselves.
Literally. Because it's the thing is, this is the way that you view the world. You only view the world as hammers and nails. And for the first time in your life, you think you might be a nail.
And to like get into like the militaristic aspects of it, like I don't think, whereas where Dr. Banks is like her line where she's like, you made quick work of those insurgents, she's acknowledging this colonial guilt, she's acknowledging this colonial fear, but she's placed herself in a different viewpoint than like Colonel Weber and I can't remember the CIA guy's name, but anyway, my point is, they're not ashamed of this. They like it is this shift in worldview where like you are in the military, you're high up in the military, and yeah, all the world's a game. All the world is a chess match, is an adversarial. There's a scene later where we find out that like the Chinese team has been teaching their heptapods mahjong to communicate. And Louise has to explain to Colonel Weber, like, well, if you're teaching everything as an adversarial game with winners and losers, if all you have is a hammer, then everything looks like a nail. Yeah. And I do think this is like also a scene where Colonel Weber's talking about like the fate of the Aborigines, of Australian Indigenous people. The Aborigines not like a nice word to use for them. Sorry, I'm quoting the movie. But I think that's very telling that like Colonel Weber's like, yeah, I know where I stand and I don't apologize. Yeah. I am an imperialist. I'm a colonel in the military. Yeah. And it is very unapologetic. It is a thesis statement for the character and also for the military in this world. Like, yes, we are cruel. Which side are you on? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Great way of putting it. So he sort of fucks off after dropping that. What is like a painful line to hear. Yeah. It's just like woof. And so then we cut to, in the lead up to the next session, we learn that China's project manager, General Shang, is very wary of the aliens. And we get this through like a little newscast thing. Oh, I didn't realize that was going to be the next scene. Yeah. Ah, cool. Yeah. They don't bring up the mahjong yet. Oh. Sorry, I kind of gestured. Listener, you can't see me, unfortunately for you, but I kind of did a gesture and like a nod that implied that it was, because I thought that it was, but then I read the rest of my paragraph. And we get one scene with General Shang before we hear about mahjong. Yes, and that references General Shang. Yeah, we get introduced to him as sort of like the like. Once again, not the antagonist, like the boogeyman. Yeah, a little bit. And I think because he is
he's kind of a bugbear for the military and like the U.S. government in general, because he is representative of the other major global power. In the world.
He is. Yeah, and like I think the line of dialogue that explores this the most effectively is like they're like, his call sign is Big Domino because whatever he does, 20 other countries are about to follow.
Yeah, which they called me Big Domino in high school.
They called me Major Domo.
And yeah, so we get introduced to him as like a player on the stage, and then Banks submits a vocab list to Weber, who immediately gets frustrated, and he's like, all of these are like elementary school words. And so then Banks explains like, we need to build the foundation of language and understand like the different parts of language. I love
in this scene where the first thing she says is like, well, first we have to know that they understand what a question is.
Yeah.
I love that as like before we even get into elementary school words, as you say, like we have to know that they understand, like yes, these are elementary school words because we need to know they understand our parts of grammar.
Yeah. Which
fantastic scene. She gets her soapbox in this moment where like everyone has been treating her as like she's stupid the whole movie.
Yeah.
And she finally gets to give them all she gets to dazzle them with the basics. She gets to give her linguistics 101 crash course to this room of army brass.
Yeah. And I love this moment so much. It's so telling for her character. I think my favorite part is there's like a whiteboard nearby, and the like the physicists and mathematicians have been using it, and she just like erases part of it, and Donnelly's like,
no, my equations.
Yeah, he's like, oh, didn't need that. And she starts like writing and like drawing on the whiteboard, and yeah, I think this is kind of the math moment that you crave, but for linguistics in a lot of ways, where she's talking about it.
At least we get hard linguistics in this movie.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's really important. And I think they interviewed, like, there was a linguistics consultant on this movie, and they were talking to her in the behind the scenes stuff. And one of the things that she notes is that the interesting thing, or like, it is notable that across all of the human languages, there are so many commonalities. And like the idea of a question is like one of them. But when you're speaking to aliens, whether or not they understand what a question is like important to understand, because they don't share the same basis of like language that all of humanity does. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of differences between human languages, but there are like several things that are like core to the way that they are constructed, because we're all the same species. And it sort of like stems from that. And so I think that is a really good, I think it's a very well crafted moment, and speaks to her character as a scientist, mm-hmm. And does a good job of communicating that.
Yeah.
And Weber is like, okay, and then lets it go through, basically. And as the team goes to the ship, we see that Banks is less shaky, like her hand, and she's gaining confidence. She just stood up to everybody and like did her thing. And so she's building.
I like that every shot we get of them like prepping to go into the shell, she looks more comfortable.
Yes, yeah, and eventually it becomes like a home tour, which I really love.
Yeah,
once inside, she tries introducing herself, so she goes from like saying I'm human to
I'm Louise,
and then this is Ian, and like trying to do that, but the heptapods seem confused, mm-hmm. So she's like, fuck it.
A piece of both sound design and like cinematography we get that's been explored in every other session is there's this sound of the canary chirping.
Yes, yeah.
I love this piece because I think in the earlier sessions, it's very much creating a sense of tension within the sound design. Quite literally, this is a canary in a coal mine.
Yeah.
The canary is there to die before everybody else so that the humans can get out.
Yeah.
And yet in this scene, the plot beat is flipped on its head because the canary is signaling safety, because the canary has lived through every single one of these sessions.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
And so, like, we pan over to the canary being alive and, like, chirping away. And like, yeah, Amy Adams' character has this, like, wonderful beat in this moment of, like, oh, it's safe in here. The canary's alive after, like, several days of this.
Yeah.
And she takes off her suit to like everyone's concern.
Yeah, and everybody's like, "What are you fucking doing?" Like everybody like goes to stop her.
Yeah.
But they're not able to before she just like rips it off, and she's like, "I'm okay. I'm okay." But yeah, thank you for bringing up the canary. I think it shows back up later on, and the point you made about it like being a source of tension. It is a really amazing source of tension that runs throughout these like scenes. I think the thing that it does is it threatens the absence of the canary, where you're like acutely aware of it being there, and I think the trained audience is expecting or dreading the moment that it stops. And I think it's a very cool tool in that regard.
And I love that the narrative twists that plot beat.
Yes,
it really leads us to expect one thing and then shows us another.
Yes, which I really adore. And so she takes off her hazmat suit so that they can see her as an individual. She is no longer just one of these like orange blobs to them.
Yeah.
And she gets close to the glass and presses her hand against one of theirs. And then Donnelly like joins her in like taking off the hazmat suits. And there's like the sensation of them finally making like real progress in their studies. And on their way back from session 3, Banks nearly doubles over as she gets a vision of her daughter, and she's sort of like overcome with it. And onlooking soldiers seem distrustful of the work that she's doing, so they kind of like give her like dirty looks, and they're like, "Oh, what's going on? What is she doing?" And then we get a scene of Captain Marks, so Colonel Weber's right-hand man, talking to his wife on the phone, and she's terrified, talking about how their daughter is worried that the aliens will kill him.
Everyone's so emotionally dysregulated.
Yeah, everybody is so emotionally dysregulated in this family, and he does not help. Earlier I described him as kind of a lizard man, which I try to avoid using generally, but he is like soulless.
This moment where his wife is scream crying on the phone and he can't even attempt to give her any comfort.
Yeah, he is just like entirely cold, and it's so unsettling.
Yeah, because I had a lot of thought about this scene, because one thing I know like in real life is like on Top Secret, stuff like this, with like the military, they like screen all of the incoming and outgoing calls, including to your family. And so it like, I could see like in text it being a situation where he doesn't know what he can and can't say, and so he just says nothing.
Yeah.
I also think it's really a choice for him to say like, there's no danger here.
Yeah.
They're not aggressive.
Yeah.
I feel like it's easy to say they're not aggressive without like, or something to that effect. Just anything to give your like screaming wife comfort.
Yeah, like any platitude.
Yeah.
Really. But he just like doesn't provide it. And I think the fact that it is informative, like it tells us a lot about him, that he doesn't know that they're not aggressive.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this is that like he himself is a paranoid army guy who's listening to InfoWars.
Yes, exactly. And
we don't have to bleep InfoWars because The Onion owns it now, and and they're like trotting around the name to humiliate and embarrass Alex Jones, which is what he deserves.
Yes,
not a moment of peace for that guy.
Yeah, fuck him. He's a monster. And so the Captain Marks, he tells his wife that everything is going to be okay with like a sinister tone, which sort of like sets up the terrorist attack that he does a little bit later in the movie. And while working on writing out the alien language, Banks gets another flashback, and this time it features what looks like an alien limb, sort of like in the shot, which is like this really creepy, like, oh, what the fuck? And then it's revealed to be a stick being held by her daughter.
Yeah.
Which is like this really great blending of these two things, and like the visual language of like the aliens like creeping into her mind. And I think this is like the point where we begin to question, or like this is like the first point where you can like really question whether like the timeline of these events.
Yeah, like the flashbacks are starting to come back.
Yeah, and it's like,
and we're wondering if they're actually flashbacks.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the recognition of what looks like the alien limb is like notable as like, where does this sit in the timeline of events, which I really like. And then we get a montage with voiceover from Donnelly. This basically it turns into a documentary for a scene, which I really, really like.
I like how it does. I think this is a place where the film gets a lot of heady information in really quickly.
Yes, and it does a wonderful job. There's like some punchy music that I really like. It's it's really great.
We get like a fun scene of Donnelly walking across the room and the heptapod also walking across the room.
Yeah, it's so good.
Oh, also I want to add, when in the proper introduction scene where we find out where they like Ian and Louise give them their names, and then they get what is presumably the heptapod's names.
Yeah.
In the movie, Ian says we should call them Abbott and Costello, which great, fantastic for the movie. I do want to mention in the book they're called Flapper and Raspberry, and I love that. I love that so much. That's such a I feel like that's such a more like anthropologist, scientist thing to name them, is just to give them like some completely silly, endearing like pet name.
Yeah, and it's like with Flapper and Raspberry, I can kind of see that being their names in terms of like the sounds that they make in the movie, maybe. But it's just like it's like going over to a gay person and asking them what their cat is named. Yeah, it's like the best way that I can describe Flapper and Raspberry.
But like Abbott and Costello is like a great plot beat. You know, science fiction movies referencing old media, fantastic, love it. Yeah, great time.
It's very good. It's a good decision, I think.
It's like translation. It's hitting the same plot beat as like Pixar's WALL-E, where it constantly references Hello Dolly.
Yes, I love it in that regard. It's really great. And so we get this like montage of that I just adore. It's so wonderful. And he talks about how they're calling them the heptapods, which is Greek for 7 and feet, hepta 7, pod, feet, and they're given the nicknames Abbott and Costello. And he goes through everything they don't know about the aliens while footage of their sessions play. You mentioned like the walking across the room. There's like an eating one.
Yeah.
And I want to note in the novella, one of my favorite moments is they do the eat thing where Donnelly like takes a bite out of something, and then the heptapods they're described as like going into another room and coming back with food, and I just really like the idea of them like leaving to go grab something.
I wish the movie had included this because I want so badly to know what they eat.
Yeah, it would be so good. It's just like it's so funny to picture them being like, wait, I have to go to the kitchen.
I can't remember if it's in this montage or in one of the next sessions, but as they sort of they're sort of in the background developing this technology that allows them to assemble sentences in heptapod B.
Yeah,
they're creating like a bespoke version of like a translator.
Yeah,
that just like, okay, we can put this in English, and like it's not a one-to-one like English sentence in, heptapod sentence out, but it's like with your knowledge of the heptapod B language, you can at least start to write some things out, and like the different like diacritic marks are associated with like words.
Yeah, and it begins to they begin being able to communicate in heptapod B. Yeah, which is really cool.
But one of the a detail that I love in relation to that is we've talked a little bit about the gear of this movie. I love to talk about gear whenever it comes up in one of these movies because I'm a gearhead. Like we saw the forklifts, and that's like an amazing, incredible like way of grounding this movie in our reality.
Yeah.
We see it's just like a lot of generic like road cases, and I think at some point we see like some VU meters that tick with the chirp of the canary.
Yeah.
And my favorite piece of gear that we see in this movie is that we do see like a TV that has been built into a road case.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like the screen is exposed the entire time. The road case is doing nothing. I guess maybe there's like some plexiglass in front of the like fragile TV screen, but there's a TV screen that has been embedded in a road case, and I love that so much.
It's really awesome.
That really strokes my like technology nerd brain.
It's really good. And the other thing that I would think is worth noting here is that Banks and Donnelly are like developing the technology to like write heptapod B but Abbott and Costello aren't doing the same.
No.
They're not learning English.
Everyone's communicating in heptapod B.
Yeah, and I think that is because ultimately it's revealed that their goal, their mission is to provide the language of heptapod B to humans because it becomes relevant in their future as a species.
Yeah.
And the fact that we don't get any like back and forth like communication and learning is very telling. And I think one of the things that Donnelly says in this montage is he's like, we're not really sure like what their goal is here, because if they're scientists, they're not really asking questions.
Yeah.
Which I think is because ultimately they're not scientists.
They're teachers.
They're teachers. And yeah, I love that so much. I think it's really cool that it kind of goes unremarked upon that they're not speaking back English in any way.
And it's so in line with the way that this movie deals with the alien language problem.
Yeah.
Of whereas like, you know, Contact is also kind of engaged with this, like, we're learning things from the aliens. The aliens have, like, sent us plans for this machine chair. I don't think any other property engages with it quite like this, where, like, there's this level of profound trust that Ian and Louise have to build with the heptapods. And I really love that, and I love that by the end of this montage, as we get into the later session scenes, like, you do kind of watch like a friendly rapport build. You watched the body language change. Yeah. And I really love that. I love the way that the heptapods are portrayed in this movie, because they are so alien and strange, and yet they're so whereas like the Close Encounter aliens, I described them as being very American.
Yeah.
I feel the heptapods are very people, in the sense that like they think and feel and experience complex emotions in the same way that we do, and they're not just this one-dimensional other in the way that so many other alien movies.
Yeah.
You know, in Signs, like, the aliens are kind of a one-dimensional other that emblemizes like
absolutely
grief and fear.
Yeah. And I think the cool thing that Arrival does is, like, most alien movies that we've, like, all of the alien movies that we've talked about sort of center humanity, and they still conceptualize humanity as the center of the universe. But I think part of the heptapod, humans learning heptapod B and the heptapods not learning a human language, it does position the heptapods as more central, as more important to the story of the universe.
To the extent that the humans have to enter their space.
Yes, exactly. And I find that really compelling and unique in a First Contact story. And it goes back to, like, the beginning of the film and just, like, the overall, like, the unrest that occurs, where nothing violent has happened, but humanity has been unmoored from its place at the center of the universe sufficiently that everybody is freaking out. And we get that represented in the fact that humanity is going to the heptapods, learning from the heptapods, and the heptapods get nothing from us. Currently, we can give them nothing. The only thing that we can give them is 5,000 years from now.
And despite them being this, like, sublimely giving force, this like truly benevolent entity, because it's, like, shrouded in ambiguity, it's just so it makes this film's theme of, like, exploring how people whip themselves up into a frenzy, and how colonial fears and military fears whip people up into a frenzy. It adds that. It gives it such a beautiful extra layer and extra facet. I love this movie.
I love it.
Have
so
I
much.
said that yet?
And the ultimate conflict is that the military and larger humanity cannot imagine an act of pure benevolence in this way. Going to another people and just offering what you have with not expecting anything in return. And it is complicated by the fact that, like, the heptapods, like, know that this is a thing that must happen in order for their species to survive in the future. But from the perspective of humanity, this is purely a benevolent act, and that is so terrifying and unreal to them. It's very interesting.
And I think with that, we might be at a relevant place to talk about the sort of turning point of these sessions.
Yes, absolutely. And wrapping up the monologue, Donnelly makes note that the heptapod language conveys meaning rather than representing sound. Unlike all human languages, it's semi-siographic.
Very important part.
Yes, it's a really cool thing. Donnelly also points out that the circles they use to communicate don't have forwards, like a forwards or backwards, which is known as nonlinear orthography. And he theorizes that this is how they think. This is sort of where we get introduced to that idea. And then the montage ends and we get a scene of Banks and Donnelly talking about being single scientists. And this is sort of the setup for their romance.
You can understand language and still be single.
Yeah.
Autistic queen. Do you also read Louise as being somewhere on the spectrum, or is that just me relating to her and the fact that I'm on the spectrum?
I can definitely see it. I can there's a moment you pointed out earlier.
I think
anything like this, I think it's hard to diagnose a movie character,
Yeah, I feel like the thing that speaks to me in this regard is just the fact that everyone's treating her like she's in Crazyland when she's actually she is looking at this from a completely different perspective of everybody else in the room, and that's what makes her special, and that is what inevitably advances the plot, is that she is able to look at this problem from a different perspective of anybody else.
Yeah.
And that's a very autistic trait, is being able to view a problem from in the abstract and tease out different facets of it, because your brain literally works different from a neurotypical person.
Yeah. And I think the thing that the other thing to note is that she is notably the one woman.
Yes.
And I think that plays a part into this, where that is part of the consideration of, is she autistic or is she the only woman?
Yeah.
And I think it's a little bit of both. I think there is a neurodivergence to her character, and the focus on her familiarity with language and the scientific nature of it, but an inability to connect and communicate interpersonally is notable.
Yeah. I think maybe where I stand on this is I don't think that I don't think that Eric Heiserer was deliberately writing Louise Banks to be autistic. I also don't think Ted Chiang was deliberately writing Louise to be autistic.
No.
I think there are tropes about passionate scientists that leak in. And I think also just the fact that she stands alone for so much of this movie.
Yeah.
I think really I find it easy to read as an autistic plot.
Yeah. And it's ultimately what they intended does not matter. What is in the text is what is in the text, and I think the text lends some credence to the idea that she is autistic.
Yeah.
And I think you can also make a read that she's not, and I don't think that is a wrong reading, but I agree with you.
Yeah.
And so they have this conversation. You can understand language, but still be single.
Yeah.
And it's whatever. The romance is whatever, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not particularly fond of it.
It feels like, I think I felt this way both in the book and in the movie, where the romance just kind of feels like it's there because it needs to be.
Yeah.
We have to advance the plot somehow so that the kid gets born.
Yeah, it's kind of the conceit. It's just it's not given.
I think the book spends a little bit more time making Dr. Gary more likable than Dr. Ian. I think we go too quickly from Dr. Ian as this annoying asshole who's being contrarian. We go so quickly from that to, oh my God, you're right about everything.
Yeah.
And then immediately to love interest. And I just don't think we get the time for it to simmer and for us to actually like Dr. Ian Donnelly.
Yeah, we don't get to know him in the way that we really need to sell this.
Maybe this is just because I'm a lesbian.
I mean, I'm also a lesbian,
yeah.
But I think from a storytelling perspective, there is not, this attempts to be the moment that establishes their romance.
Yeah.
But we don't get anything that truly establishes their friendship in the same way. And so there's a missing link.
And the book does that.
Yeah. And yeah, it's whatever. Yeah. I ultimately I find it whatever. I like Donnelly. I think Renner does a good job, but the romance is
the synthesis episode in 2 weeks we can talk more about the compulsory romance elements that exist in both this movie and Contact.
Absolutely. I would love that. And so, meanwhile, a photo of the aliens leaks to like the wider world, and it furthers unrest. And Captain Marks watches a Rush Limbaugh type commentator, or Alex Jones, pick your poison, who's ranting about aliens invading, and our government is. He's basically like, our government's full of pussies. He doesn't say that, but that's the vibe.
We gotta send a warning shot across the bow.
Yeah, and
Escalation.
The entire thing is very like white nationalist and Great Replacement coded.
Yeah.
It is like conspiracy.
We need to show strength and show force and show that we're not fucking around.
Yes. And it is scary
when we've been not aggressed. I
yes.
cannot stress enough.
Yeah, we have to fight first. Again, this is the hammer nail mentality of like the imperialist. It is the fear of becoming the nail.
Yeah,
and it's a great showcase of that. And Banks gets visions of her daughter where they have a conversation about her divorce. And when she snaps out of it, we cut to her speaking to Donnelly, which is like foreshadowing.
Yeah.
There's the direct.
We don't immediately know that this scene is a dream.
It's a vision.
Well, there's a scene where she's like asleep and she's talking to Donnelly, and they talk about the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. I think this is the scene we're at.
Oh wait, yeah.
They talk about Sapir-Whorf, and Ian asks, like, have you been having dreams in the heptapod language?
Yes.
And I love that her response is, well, yeah, but I don't think that makes me unfit for this job. Once, like, I love the, like, paranoia about I'm going to get fired.
Yes.
Leaking into this dream.
Yes. The way that this, I think, the way that this sort of unfolds is that Banks we get like a future vision of her daughter where they're having a conversation about her divorce. And then it cuts to her waking up, but we do not realize that she is waking up into a dream.
Yeah.
And then this is where they're discussing this Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, like you said, which is, to explain it, the idea that immersing yourself in a language or speaking a language influences how you think and like the ideas that you can have.
Yeah. And my understanding of this as not a linguist is that in doing research about the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis for this podcast, my understanding is that yes, language changes the way that you think about like socio-political concepts. Mm-hmm. I think a great example, I recently read the book Braiding Sweetgrass by Robin Wall Kimmerer. Mm-hmm. She is an Anishinaabe Native woman, and she spends a lot of the book talking about learning to speak Potawatomi, which is a native language that like is like unfortunately like kind of on the ropes, as a lot of native languages are. Like a lot of Indigenous American languages are like kind of on the verge of extinction because terrible things that we did to the Indigenous Americans. Yeah. But within this book, she talks about learning Potawatomi, and she talks about how like one of the profound things to her is that Potawatomi makes like a conjugational distinction between living things and non-living things. Mm-hmm. Something that like English and French and Spanish like don't do.
Yeah.
But and how like, you know, learning Potawatomi and learning about like and like speaking in a way where you're distinguishing between a thing that's living and a thing that's not living, it has resulted in her understanding like plants on a different level, because plants are living creatures, but they're not animals and they don't behave like animals.
Yeah.
And so like I think that's a great example of where like language can change your frameworks for certain ideas. But we also know that language can't do like this kind of thing to you. I mean, like this book is pretty solidly acting in a ling-fi space.
Yeah.
But the language you speak can't change your like broader perception in that kind of a way. It can just affect the frameworks in which you think about certain things, but it won't actually affect your perception directly.
Yeah. And I think
color is another great example of this.
Yeah. Gender
is a great example of this.
Yeah.
How like certain languages will have more than two gender. Part of why English speakers really think that they're like reactionary English speakers think that there are only two genders is because we only have traditionally we only have two gendered pronouns.
Yeah.
And even they is like, I love singular they. I'm not shitting on singular they. It is like a hack of the language.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the English language does need to evolve to encompass expansive genders. But I think it's important to note that, like, part of that understanding is because it's not that there actually is a gender binary across, like, a wide array of cultures. Like, gender is a pretty spectrum of a thing.
Yeah.
But the English language only has 2 gender pronouns, and so the English language gives you 2 camps in which to categorize everybody.
Right, yeah. And then over time we have been making space for a third.
Yeah. But we don't know of a language that changes your time perception.
Yes.
We don't understand language as a thing that can, like, affect your perception really directly in that way.
Yeah, and in the featurettes, they talk about the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, and I believe it was the Whorf, the gentleman named Whorf.
Yeah.
I can't remember his first
Mr.
name.
Whorf.
He did a lot of work with Hopi people and their language, and he theorized that because of the way the Hopi language was constructed, they would be able to understand the, like, theory of relativity, like, intuitively, and it would make, like, perfect sense to them without, like, being really difficult. And, like, Ted Chiang is talking about this, and he's like, all of his work has been discredited now.
Yeah.
Which is really funny. But he's like, I find the reason that I made this story is because I find that concept very interesting.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, it's not necessarily rooted in the way that the people who made it think it is, but it is a compelling idea, like, thematically and narratively.
Yeah.
Which I agree with. And
Yeah.
I think it's a really good turning of this notion on its head.
I appreciate that tidbit, because I think also, like, it is, when we're talking about, like, 20th century white anthropologists in this way, it's important to recognize when someone's like, oh yeah, all of their work was discredited.
Yeah, it's very important to note that. Getting back to the narrative, Donnelly, so like you said, Donnelly asks if Banks has been dreaming in heptapod, and she says that she has a little bit, but that it doesn't make her unqualified. And then we get
we see Flapper.
Yeah, she's like looking down as she says it, and then she, like, turns to look up at him, and we get the reverse shot, and it's just one of the heptapods going.
Yeah.
And this is the jump scare that we were talking about.
Yeah.
And this one, the first time you see it, it'll make you fucking jump.
Yeah.
It's so scary. And it's the clearest look that we get at them, at, like, a heptapod, specifically the lower half, without, like, any of the fog. And it's great. It's a really good moment.
It's a great moment. Like I said earlier, I think it's really funny that, like, in this dream, the thing she is still most scared about is her career.
Yeah. And
real, very, I relate to that one.
Yeah. And this relates to her being the one woman in the film, really.
I can't explain why getting fired is more scary than dying, but it is.
Yeah. Yeah. God, yeah.
If I get fired, I have to be around to deal with the consequences.
Exactly. That's a really good way of putting it. And I think another thing worth noting is that the canary shows up here, and it's chirping in the background, and it gets louder and louder as the scene goes on.
Yeah.
And then we get
even though they're, like,
break.
in a bedroom.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's kind of like a clue that, like, something is going on here.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to throw my phone right now.
You're doing great.
Thank you. One of the interesting things I found out is that this movie, or the scene, was kind of cobbled together in the edit, and it wasn't originally shot this way. And they did some movie magic to, like, piece this together and get it to work in this way.
You're telling me the edit of this movie happened in a nonlinear fashion? Crazy.
Literally. And the lead editor talks about how, like, when they were doing, like, cuts of this, originally there was a part where it's Donnelly talking, and then to get, like, the rest of the line, there's, like, a jump cut of him in, like, a completely different position, and obviously it looked like shit, and they couldn't keep it that way, but when they were trying to do, like, the rough cut, just, like, interesting inside baseball for this scene. And it's cool that it wasn't intended to be built this way, but they got something really amazing out of it.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. And the next day, Banks is pulled to translate an intercepted phone call from General Shang. They find out that China has been communicating to their heptapods through mahjong. And Banks explains that this is bad because it puts all of their conversations in terms of winning and losing. And then we get if all I gave you was a hammer, everything's a nail.
And also, like, I just want to expand on the scene that, like, she has to explain to Colonel Weber that they're using mahjong to communicate with their heptapods.
Yeah.
It's that they've intercepted a call from General Shang, and she's, like, translating it because she speaks Mandarin.
Yeah.
And she realizes in this moment, she's like, oh, all of these words that he's using, these are Mahjong tiles. Are they using Mahjong to talk to their heptapods?
Yeah.
And yeah, Colonel Weber doesn't understand why that's a problem, but she understands intuitively why that's a huge problem.
Yeah, it's like teaching the aliens through, or like communicating with them through chess.
Yeah, that's the metaphor she uses.
Yeah, it is bad news. Because again, the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, it filters the way through it, like it filters the communication into a very like binary state.
The only framework you've been given is an adversarial one.
Yes, and Weber pushes Banks to ask the heptapods why they're here before China does anything to heighten tensions. So she's like getting pressured, and then they go in and they do a moment. A session, and Banks asks them heptapods purpose Earth, to which they respond offer weapon. And then after the session, there's a massive fight. Banks and Donnelly say they may not be able to differentiate between weapon and tool, or that it could be asking for a weapon. And they're just like, there are so many vagaries here.
Yeah,
like we were not prepared to ask this question, and we are not equipped to interpret their answer.
Yeah, no, well, it's like already like they're going into the shell to ask the big question. Because Colonel Weber is like, I don't care that you're not ready. You have to ask now. Yeah, because China's doing some wild shit.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like they try to tell him that, and then when they come out, they try to communicate it more, and he just like does not hear it.
Yeah,
and it is like an unfortunate like, this is what has happened because we weren't ready, and so now we have this really vague answer that you can interpret one way, but that does not mean that's like the truth.
Yeah.
This is up to interpretation, and they're in this fight, and then Agent Halpern says that they're not going to share the information because the heptapods could be trying to spur humanity into fighting each other. So like classic CIA imperialist shit, where it's like, we're gonna get all of these different like people to fight each other because we want to colonize them, and that's how he thinks about the world.
And he's literally like, they have a name for it in Hungary.
Yeah, Banks says there's no reason to believe that, and he responds, sure there is, just grab a history book before listing off different colonial powers and the people that they brutalize.
Yeah.
And he goes, we're a world with no single leader. It's impossible to deal with just one of us.
This is another moment of the CIA agent being like, yeah, we are the baddies, deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is the movie is sort of presenting one of its ideas, and one of the things it's like interested in is like the idea of unification, a lot like Contact. And the fact that we don't have a single leader is kind of the point.
Yeah.
Ultimately, we find out when the heptapods provide 1/12 of the information that they like need, or that they're giving humanity to each of the 12 different pods.
Yeah.
And so it is like you need to work together to understand this and solve this issue, in the same way that like in Contact, everybody needed to work together because you can only get so much of the signal in a single day, which I think is a cool connection.
Yeah.
And I like this a lot. And then we get a newscast that reveals that China was told to use weapon by their heptapods, and everyone freaks out and cuts all communication.
Yeah.
So America gets offer weapon, China hears use weapon, and they're like, fuck.
Yeah.
And everything shuts down, and we get like this really great moment of like everybody like logging off of their like video call in like the control room, which I really love. And it's just like one being unplugged after the other, and eventually America does the same. It's interesting because like it's even our allies, or like we're cutting communication with our allies, like England and France.
It's just like everyone's silent.
Yeah, which I find so fascinating.
Even like the Australian, who we like see a couple of times on the screen, like
talking,
shut off from.
Which another notable thing in Contact, the first people that they tell about their discovery is an Australian, and they do it over video call.
I think that's a fun nod.
I really like that. It was a lot of fun to have be reacquainted with Contact, and then see that and be like, this is a through line.
Yeah.
The Americans go to the Australians first.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that's really fun. And Banks and Donnelly go to re-enter the session,
which we've never done before, and that's like already a piece of tension.
Yeah, it's they left and now they're going back.
Yeah.
And
as never re-entered a session before.
Yeah. And as they approach, Marx and a group of radicalized soldiers are planting a bomb inside the ship. So they've sort of been like sprayed into doing this. And after Banks and Donnelly initially leave. They start planning this bomb, and Banks and Donnelly show back up, and they're like, you can't go in initially, but Marx is like, let them through.
Yeah.
Like, let them go inside.
Let them get killed.
Yeah, and doesn't warn them. And Banks...
It's a very fascist move of him.
Yes, this guy's a little sniveling fascist shit, and
Yeah.
I hate him. And once inside, Banks asks for clarification on offer weapon, to which the heptapods try to explain that they have already given them a technology. And so there's sort of like this miscommunication, but they're basically like, we've already given you, we're giving you the thing.
You have the thing.
Yeah, and the difference in terms is like confusing her and everybody else. While they're having this conversation, Weber scrambles soldiers to the ship after none of them like respond. They basically like cut comms. Yeah. And they're like, why is everybody over there? What's going on?
Yeah.
And so they send a bunch of soldiers over. And Abbott and Costello beckon Banks to the glass, where they give her some ink to write with. She can't use both hands. So she... What was I saying?
This
here?
is like a really beautiful... like an incredibly tense scene, because like we have this dramatic irony element where we, the viewer, know that the bomb is ticking down.
Yeah.
But Ian and Louise have no recollection, like don't know about it.
Yeah.
I think I'm so in love with the scene where the heptapod helps Louise like write on the glass.
Yeah, basically what happens is one of them gives Louise some ink to write with, and she's not able to do it on her own, and so they join together. And I think it's really... The cinematic language here is really amazing.
It's so school teacher of them.
Yes, and like the thing is, like, this is humanity and the heptapods unifying between Banks and Abbott and Costello. Well, the military fractures.
Yeah,
in this really interesting way, where there is like unification and a schism at the same time.
Yeah,
which I think it kind of tells you who the loser is in this conflict.
Yeah,
and it's ultimately the military. This like outlook on the world is the one that loses inevitably. And Abbott helps her, and as she writes, she has visions and seems to begin fully grasping the language. So she sort of like, this is where she like switches over to like knowing heptapod B. And after she finishes writing, Abbott and Costello flood their room with ink, forming thousands of words and sentences all at once in this like really beautiful like
amazing
like,
shot.
It's so gorgeous. And at the same time, Marx and his group begin firing at the approaching soldiers.
We hear gunshots in the background.
Yeah, which it's very haunting because we haven't heard
also,
any violence
like
yet.
And also like either Abbott or Costello, I don't know which one, like taps on the glass.
Yes, and is like
to try to be like, hey, the thing.
Yeah,
pay attention to the thing. Pay attention to the bomb.
Yeah, and the bomb is like getting closer and closer to detonation as like the gunfire starts. And so Abbott launches Banks and Donnelly out of the room and into the shaft. Just like pushes their hand against the glass, and then they go like whoosh.
Yeah,
and
they
so
just
cool.
kind of float there.
Yeah, it's a really great moment. I think this might be a good place to talk about the Nimitz Encounter.
I think this is a great place to talk about the Nimitz Encounter. So we're 3 hours into this episode, so we're gonna get real fast and loose with this.
Who could have seen this coming?
With this tinfoil segment. And I think fast and loose is the right way to go about this, because this is probably the most compelling and inconclusive UFO-UAP incident that I've found in my research. I think most other things, it's really easy. It can be not really easy, but it can you do some digging into it, and you're like, okay, this was either a natural phenomenon that someone like debunked this about, or it's just like a flat hoax and someone debunked and like noticed how it was a hoax.
Yeah.
Roswell, it was a Project Mogul balloon, most likely. Like to the point that like one of the engineers like identified some of the equipment. The crop circles, it's like very clearly like this is just a thing that like people with too much free time get up to.
Yeah.
The Nimitz Encounter is not like that, in the sense that, so backing up, in 2004, the USS Nimitz, which is an aircraft carrier, was doing some like training exercises off of the West Coast, sort of like depending on like which article you read, they may have been 100 miles off the coast of San Diego. They could have been closer to like Catalina and San Clemente Island, which are off the coast of like Orange County, LA area. Anyways, they're chilling out, international waters, just near international waters off the coast of California. David Fravor and Alex Dietrich and two other people are this two plane fighter squadron are like out doing training exercises, and then they get a message from the USS Princeton, which is like a radar ship in their carrier group, and they're like, hey, we have a real world exercise for you, go check out. We have like a bogey we've been tracking for several days. Go check it out at these coordinates. It's like moving erratically. It's ascending up to like 80,000 feet and then coming down from 80,000 feet to like 20,000 feet and just hovering there. It's making like 90-degree turns. It's moving really fast. There's a radar blip that's doing some weird shit. We restarted the radar system and it's still there. So we like go check it out. We don't think this is a glitch. And we don't think that it's like an aircraft that's not reporting either.
Yeah.
So Fravor and Dietrich go to check it out, and they see on. It's like according to them. Now, granted, this is like David Fravor actually testified in front of Congress to this effect. I think congressional testimony is. There's a lot of the people who really want to believe in regards to the Nimitz encounter really love to, I think, heighten the ethos here, heighten the fact that like David Fravor and Alex Dietrich are both like still well-respected retired Navy pilots. And also the fact that like David Fravor got on the stand in front of Congress, he must believe all of this.
Yeah.
You wouldn't just lie to Congress, would you? I'm not calling David Fravor a liar. I have some thoughts. But so they're flying out to these coordinates they've been given. They see some like perturbance down at the ocean level. It's like clear as day visibility. You could not ask for a more perfect day, according to Fravor. And this is where it gets a little bit fuzzy what they actually saw. And this is maybe where my skeptic hat comes on, is that the story changes in subtle ways every time that Fravor tells it. Some of that is that you tell a story for 20 years and it'll change in subtle ways.
Yeah.
But sometimes he describes it as, oh, we saw this like orb floating just above sea level, and then we turned around and it was just gone. And then the radar people said it's 60 miles away at your cat point in less than a minute. That would mean that this object moved at like Mach 4. Almost instantaneously.
Yeah.
But some other times that he's told the story, he like sees this white pill looking object. That's why it's called the I'm going to have to bleep that because it's a brand. But
the breath mint.
They see a floating white orb that looks like a branded breath mint churning up the seafloor. He in some versions of the story, he spirals down to get a better look at it. They get within half a mile, which admittedly a half a mile is like pretty close in aeronautical terms. A half a mile is still very far away for your naked eyes. He, according to him, he spiraled down to get a better look at it. And as he did that, it like matched his trajectory and started spiraling upwards. Interesting. And when he tried to like cut through the circle to get closer to it and get a better look at it, it seemed to like understand the maneuvers he was making, and it just like shot off.
Yeah.
So in some versions of the story, I think particularly the version he told to Congress, he turned around and it was just suddenly gone, and the radar is what indicated that the object moved. In some versions of the story, he watched this thing shoot off instantaneously at Mach 4. Later, after all of this confusion, after they've witnessed this like weird thing, Also, allegedly, there was a lieutenant on one of the ships. It might have been the Princeton, or it may have just been another ship in that carrier group. Looked out and who was like seeing the blips on the radar, looked at it with like a high-powered binoculars and did see like something bumping around in the air erratically, moving really fast and like turning on a dime in a way that like no physical object has been, like in a way that like not only violates our understanding of like material science and technology and the extant technology we have, but something that seems to violate the laws of physics.
Yeah.
Which, you know, as we've discussed previously on this podcast, aliens are still beholden to the laws of physics as we understand them.
Right.
And so if you see something, my thought is always, if you see something that appears to be violating the laws of physics, you're probably not looking at what you think you are.
Right.
But anyways, so Fravor and Dietrich, they have to go back to their carrier because they're almost out of fuel. That kind of the end of the story for them is this like, oh, the control operator is like, oh, that thing's now is almost immediately 60 miles away at your cat point. And also somewhere in here gets the tidbit of this object went from 80,000 feet to sea level in less than a second, which is also like Mach 10.
Yeah.
And then, so they go back to the Nimitz, and then the Nimitz sends out another plane that records a video. This is one of the big things for the UFO truthers, is that there's video, allegedly video of this object. I will say there has been, there's like one skeptic online who seems to even be engaging with like trying to shed some light on this incident. His name is Mick West. He's not like a trained scientist. He is a former video game developer, and he's like a skeptical writer who's kind of devoted himself to debunking UFO hoaxes. I want to mention that he's like not a trained scientist just as like part of characterizing him, but I also think Mick West is like doing things in the best faith that he can.
Yeah.
I think Mick West is kind of on a similar level to us, where he's just like, he's making media.
Yeah.
And I would put what he's doing with kind of a similar level of veracity to what we're doing, where we're doing our research, but we recognize we're not experts.
Yeah.
Anyways, Mick West has like analyzed the FLIR video that is allegedly a video of the Nimitz Tic Tac. It's a video that shows like an orb, and just describing the video for a second. So we start out the video as in infrared, white being hot, black being cold. And we just kind of see this like white dot on a black background. And it's just like a blob. It looks like a breath mint.
Mm-hmm.
And then the video is just kind of tracking this object. It's in the center of the screen. You can glean some information by looking at the numbers on the heads-up display included in the video. And that actually gives you a lot of really useful information about like the speed that the plane is moving at. It gives you less useful information about the speed that this craft is moving at, but it still implies some of that. But all we see in this video is we see a black oblong object kind of sitting there in the middle of the screen. And then most of like the UFOlogy people describe this as the orb shoots off to one direction. Looking at the video, I think what really happens is that the plane loses tracking, and the plane, because it's moving very fast, in losing tracking, it looks like the orb is shooting off to one side, not because the orb is moving, but because the plane is moving.
Right. Especially from a fixed camera point.
Yeah.
That creates a lot of really fast motion.
Yeah. And in this video, we see both. We see the object in IR, and then we also see the what's called the TV camera, which is just visible light.
Yeah.
But it's like potato quality.
Right.
David Fravor claims that there's a higher resolution version of the video that exists. I'll believe that when I see it. This is still 2004 we're talking about.
Yeah.
But the Mick West points out that this video, two things. We don't actually know that this is a video of what Fravor and Dietrich saw. Mm-hmm. It's a different scouting mission. Like they sent out this other scout with the camera pretty soon after Fravor and Dietrich got back, but there's no continuity.
Right.
That this is the same object. We simply don't know, and we never will because it's 20 years later.
Yeah.
Mick West, I think why I bring up his work is that, one, he analyzes this video. He points out this fact quite astutely that, we don't actually know that this is the same thing that Fravor and Dietrich saw. We don't know what they saw. This video is most likely of an airplane. And he sort of proves this. Prove is a strong word, but he sort of explores this by taking like a 3D model of an airplane and making it look really low resolution, and sort of he does some reverse engineering where he kind of recreates the shot with a 3D model of an airplane.
Yeah.
And he points out that, like, between the beginning of the video and the end of the video, the way that the shape kind of morphs and changes is very in line with how you would watch the shape of an airplane change. Furthermore, there have been other documented like similar UFOs that have been proven to be very unambiguously planes.
Yeah.
So I think that's like another thing to have in our holster, is that it is looking at a plane from a mile, half a mile away, especially if it's got like heavy glare or if the lighting is just weird in some way, it's really easy to accidentally interpret the thing you're seeing as not having like wings or a tail.
Right.
So I think that's not to say anything conclusive, just have that in our back pocket. Returning to Fravor for a second. So as I mentioned, David Fravor testified in front of Congress in 2023 about his experience. The congressional hearing is like, there's so much pomp and politics in there.
Right.
I actually think it is like almost a more relevant tinfoil story for this episode than the Nimitz Encounter itself, because like there's so much, like, it's not all Republicans, but Republicans are definitely like getting words in more than like the Democratic components on this panel. Like, you know, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez is there, and like she ends up having some really good questions, but she does not speak for the first hour and a half of the thing. And the people who are like speaking at length are all like Tim Burchett, a rep from Tennessee. I just like most of the Tennessee reps as a former resident of that state. I'll say particularly, fuck you, Marsha Blackburn. I hate you, you old hag. Quit already. I also don't like Tim Burchett. And part of why I don't like Tim Burchett, he like in clarifying the name of the incident as the incident, he's like, it's like the candy and not because my daughter tried to correct me. She said it was like the Chinese Communist app. And I'm just like, dude, you are such an abusive piece of shit that you are roasting your daughter on national television, even if that is C-SPAN.
Yeah.
Even if C-SPAN is the national television in question, you are airing your fucking dirty laundry about your child.
Yeah, you're dunking on your child.
You're dunking on your own child, real fucking mature television. Man.
Yeah.
What
a guy.
So like, yeah, just like characterizing the way that this hearing goes. There's also David Graves is on this Ryan Graves is on this panel. Ryan Graves was, I think he was supposedly an eyewitness to the Roosevelt UFO encounters, which kind of a similar thing. There exist videos of these. They're called Gimbal and Go Fast. Both of them are like, there's some speculation that both of those videos are like from the same mission. Same kind of thing, except off of the eastern seaboard, they like saw something that was moving weird across the sky. Those videos have been shown a little more unambiguously to be the result of visual artifacts.
Yeah.
The Go Fast video looks like it's going so fast because the pilots watching it, and by extension you, the viewer, are led to believe that this object is moving very fast right above sea level. Mm-hmm. This object is moving a normal speed at like 20,000 feet.
Yeah.
And parallax is parallax is one of those things that your perspective can get forced without any other reference points. And so, you know, you look like you're watching something that you're not.
Right, yeah.
Your perspective gets forced and suddenly you think you're seeing something that you aren't. The Gimbal and Go Fast videos are a little bit more unambiguously like visual artifacts that both the pilots and the videos kind of get caught out on. But anyway, Ryan Graves is also on this panel. He's like a retired Navy pilot, and he's like started this organization for like civilian and military pilots to report their UFO incidents because, and this is actually a real problem. I didn't know this when we did the Close Encounters episode, but I think it's such good perspective. The FAA doesn't have an official UFO incident process. There is no official way to report a UFO within civil aviation in the United States.
Interesting.
And that's really fucked up because there are things in the sky that we don't know what they are.
Yeah.
Like UFOs are real in that very strict sense. In that, like, yeah, like there's like birds and rogue balloons, weather balloons, and like party balloons.
Yeah.
There's any number of stuff that's in the sky that radar might not see. More definitely, there's plenty of stuff in the sky that like isn't like broadcasting transponder frequencies.
Right.
Unidentified objects in the sky are a big problem, whether or not it's aliens.
Yeah.
And that's kind of Graves's thing, and that's part of why he started this organization. Is he's like, I care about the safety of pilots, which like fair.
Yeah.
I think I don't care about the safety of Navy pilots, but it's civil aviation. Yeah. I don't want. Hey, you chose this life.
You signed up.
Military people will tell you it's not safe. It's the military.
Yeah.
It's fucking war.
Yeah. It's just funny to phrase it.
But also unambiguously, the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Armed Forces more generally are on the wrong side of history. They've been on the wrong side of history since at least 1945.
Yeah, and they will continue to be.
And they will continue to be.
They were on the wrong side of history before that, too.
Oh, well before. I'm just saying, from the period of 38 to 45, I think we were probably on the right side of history there.
Yeah.
Someone had to stop the Nazis.
Yeah, definitely.
But, you know, now the U.S. Armed Force is the Nazis. So, like...
Yeah.
If you're in the armed forces and listening to this, quit.
Please
get dishonorably discharged. I don't care. Being in the military isn't honorable. You're killing people. You're involved in the killing of people, even if there is not directly blood on your hands. Yeah. Everybody involved in the armed forces has blood on their hands because it is this collective exercise in the death of people in the third world.
Yeah.
The third world itself being like a terrible term created by militaries in the Cold War.
Yeah. You by being in the military, you are furthering, whether or not you realize that you are furthering the imperialist goals of the United States.
By being in the U.S. military, no matter what your personal reasons are, you are on the wrong side of history. I hate to break it to you.
Yeah.
But anyways, I digress. And then the third person we have on that panel on the U.S. congressional hearing is this guy David Grush. I was confused because there are two Davids.
David 1 and
they
David 2.
They should join the social network. Shout out to all our David socialites. Apparently we're killing it on that platform.
Two people said something very nice.
I mean, hey,
it.
Hey, David Social is a small platform. Two people is a great poll.
Yeah, shout out to the people on David Social who listen.
Yeah,
I love and appreciate you guys for listening, and it means the world.
Yeah. Anyways, there's two Davids in this hearing, and David Fravor
much
is
like the two David socialites who listen.
Maybe it was them. David Fravor being the Navy pilot who like witnessed the Nimitz encounter, and David Grush. I think this guy is like a total fucking crank. Yeah. This guy is like proof of what happens when being in the CIA melts your brain.
Yeah. David Grush is like a great crank name too.
Yeah, he's not a CIA guy. He's like some other alphabet agency.
Right.
He's worked for a bunch of alphabet agencies, the NSA, I think the NGA. I'm not even sure what that one is. I think it's like the national government agency. So like weird intelligence organizations. This guy is involved in the secret bullshit that the US government is doing. And his entire position of this is like, I've not had a close encounter of my own, but I've seen footage. David Grush is consistently saying the most like outlandish shit in this hearing with a straight face. This guy is like, I know that we have alien bodies and I can tell you where they are. I can't tell the public where the alien bodies are, but I can like after this, like you and me, congressperson, we can have an aside and I'll tell you where the alien bodies are being stored.
Crazy.
Nuts. This guy is off his fucking rocker.
Yeah. Also, I looked up NGA to figure out what it is. It's the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency.
Oh yeah.
Which is the scariest acronym I've ever heard.
That'll do it.
That's terrifying.
No, this guy like definitely, regardless of any aliens, involved in some shady shit.
Yeah. You know it's shady because I've never heard of the NGA before.
Yeah,
that's a well-kept secret.
No, when a guy starts throwing out alphabet agencies you've never heard of, be scared.
I was like, is that from the X-Files? But no, they have a .mil website.
Yeah,
that's real.
Another alphabet agency that keeps coming up in here is the AARO, which is the which is like the military like secret project that investigates UAP phenomenon. NASA also has like a public-facing UAP project, but it's like fucking toothless because the U.S. government is paranoid about UFOs and isn't going to give up any of that information without it getting leaked.
Yeah.
And the reason we know about any of this in the first place is that all of these videos were leaked by Tom DeLonge of Blink-182 after he stopped making pop punk. Notably, a pop punk song called "Aliens Exist." After he stopped doing that band, he like started an agency that leaks UFO videos and is like trying to prove. And he leaked specifically the FLIR video, maybe also the Gimbal and Go Fast videos. I'm not sure. Anyways, this very harebrained story laid out. What can we glean from any of this? David Fravor, in the congressional hearing and also just in like all the other interviews I've seen of him, he's not an alien believer.
Yeah.
He does believe that he saw something.
Yeah.
I think he is like, he and the other pilots who witnessed this thing. I think that's the most compelling part of the story, is that like 4 independent witnesses corroborate the weird things that they saw up there.
Yeah.
It's kind of a similar situation to like the Contact book, where like a bunch of people get in the machine chair and they're all gone for several days. And there's like, you know, we don't get any direct evidence of the aliens, but you can kind of fill in the gaps based on what's not there and based on the fact that like all 10 of these people are telling the same story.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think
compelling narratively.
And I think worth noting that like in Contact, the 5 people are questioned and like whether or not they just like made up a story.
Yeah.
And like as an audience member, we're like, but you got to believe them because we know what happened in that story. But being a skeptic, you got to ask. It's real easy for 4 people to coordinate a story.
Or I think it's real easy for 4 people seeing something weird to kind of fill in each other's perceptual gaps.
Yes.
I think it's really easy to change your story to agree with what your best friend said.
Yes, absolutely.
Especially these people who are like military comrades. I'm not trying to like call anyone like an outright liar here.
No.
I believe that they saw some weird shit that they believe was some weird shit.
Yeah.
I don't think the thing they saw was like a craft that defied physics, because then there's some much bigger implications to that. And I think I need to see some experimental data showing that the laws of physics aren't what they seem first.
Yeah.
I think I'm sooner to believe in a unified theory of quantum physics and general relativity before I'm gonna believe in just like a true like anti-gravity craft in this way. Once again, if what you're looking at seems to be defying the laws of physics, your perspective is likely being forced in some way.
Right. Yeah.
Another like piece of, I think this is the most critical thing I have to say about Fravor, and I mention this because like a lot of the UFO believers really want to uphold Fravor's testimony. They really want to uphold this as like, well, this is what he's saying and he wouldn't lie about this. And also that Fravor himself is like, he's like, I'm not a UFO crank. I don't support orgs like MUFON. I love that he name drops MUFON because they're my crank litmus test. If someone supports MUFON, then they're probably a crank.
Right.
But I do think it's important to note that, like, despite David Fravor nominally being like, oh, I don't believe in aliens, this guy has been doing the crank podcast circuit. He's been on Rogan.
Of course.
He's been on Lex Fridman.
I was waiting for Rogan to get name dropped.
All 3 of these people have been on Rogan.
Yeah. Well, because, like, the thing is, like, the Joe Rogan experience, because Rogan is, like, a UFO guy.
Yeah.
And it used to be mainly about UFOs, because that was the thing he thought was cool. And it's, like, baked into the DNA of that show.
Yeah.
Not to get too far afield, but I feel like when you were talking about the congressional hearing and, like, all of the Republicans, it's kind of, like, for a long time, Republican politics have been closely linked to, like, UFO truthers.
Oh, totally.
And, like, even, like, are you familiar with Jesse Ventura?
A little bit.
The wrestler, actor, and former governor, who had like a UFO hunting show, where he showed up to a warehouse where supposedly they had like UFO stuff, and he was like, "Let me in, I'm the governor."
Yeah,
it's so fucking funny. That's like a whole different thing, but it's like closely entwined with like Republican politics, and we get that. Like Rogan is a prime example of that.
The UFO conspiracy cover up politics is very compatible with a Republican worldview.
Yeah, absolutely.
Specifically U.S. Republicans, not any of the other very different political organizations that call themselves Republicans.
Yeah, yeah.
But UFO conspiracy very compatible with American reactionary right-wing thought.
Yeah.
I can't imagine why. And so I think that's kind of the anti-note I have to leave this segment on, is like, this just feels like a weird fever dream of reactionary right-wing America, a 20-year-old incident, and a dubious video.
Yeah.
I think the FLIR video like isn't compelling.
No.
It's nothing. Like the object doesn't shoot off at fast speed, the camera loses tracking.
Yeah.
And that's so obvious to me.
Yeah, I think ultimately this is another case of a story and a narrative that is ultimately, there's not enough evidence to make it like substantively compelling as like a real genuine sighting of any sort.
And to like make my strongest swipe at David Fravor's credibility, for a guy who isn't a conspiracy nut, he sure loves telling his story to conspiracy nuts.
Yeah.
And doesn't seem to understand the harm in that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's because at the end of the day, no matter how like competent this guy is scientifically, he's still a Navy pilot.
Right.
He's still in line with the U.S. state apparatus, with the armed forces, and with all of the paranoia we see therein. And it's like, this guy's not a theoretical physicist. He's a soldier. Yeah. He's a very smart soldier. I'm not going to pretend it's easy to be a fighter jet pilot. Yeah. You've got to know a lot of science in order to be a fighter jet pilot, but it's not the same thing as being an experimental scientist, or even just having that background in the scientific method and having that understanding of whatever I'm looking at violates the laws of physics. Maybe I'm not looking at what I think I am.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah,
that lack of skeptical attitude, I think really stands out to me.
Definitely.
And I think that's where I have to leave this. I don't have any conclusions about the Nimitz incident. It's 20 years old and we don't have enough evidence.
Yeah. I think the thing that I'll leave off on is like you were saying, this guy is a pilot. Everybody involved in the actual observation of this is a pilot, and much like in Arrival, when you are a hammer, everything you see is a nail.
Yeah.
And I think there is like the potential or the potentiality for this to be a situation where this is a bunch of hammers looking at something that isn't a nail but seeing a nail.
Yeah.
And I think that it kind of colors it a little bit.
Yeah. If I'm going to speculate just a little bit as to what I think the Tic Tac incident might have been, I think it could possibly be some like weird atmospheric like cloud phenomenon that we don't fully understand.
Yeah.
We that's a known thing, is like we know very, very little about the ocean because it's fucking big.
Right.
Granted, we've spent a lot of time out on the ocean, so it seems weird that there would be an undocumented natural phenomenon in that way, but there's still so much we don't understand about this world. I think if you were to present to me either this is a weird natural phenomenon that can cause a cloud to get like moved around on like, because wind itself can't move faster than the speed of sound, because the speed of sound is itself the speed at which the medium propagates.
Yeah.
But standing waves can create interference patterns that still aren't moving at the speed of sound, but visually look as though they're moving at the speed of sound, because what you're looking at isn't movement of a single object, it's two objects interfering with each other to create like an antinode. And that antinode is capable of moving at speeds much faster than the speed of sound, because it's a low pressure wave that's being created by convergence, not as like a physical object. And so, putting on my speculation hat, I think if you're to give me the like false dichotomy options of either this is a genuine craft, like a genuine aircraft being piloted, and it can manage to like pull crazy G-forces, it can manage to pull crazy G-forces without killing what's ever inside.
Yeah. And
it can like make right angle turns in midair and rev up to supersonic speeds instantly, and can even get to supersonic speeds without having any aerodynamic shape to begin with. I think if you were to present that hypothesis to me, and then you were to, on the contrary, present like, or this is like a cloud or like a balloon or a plastic bag that's getting ping-ponged around by a bunch of weird standing waves that the wind has created, I'm a lot more liable to believe the second thing.
Yeah.
Granted, there's a million other possibilities. That's why I call it a false dichotomy.
Yeah.
But like, I think if you were to present me only those two options, I'm much more likely to believe that there's some atmospheric phenomenon we don't understand, rather than that, like, aliens, or some people will speculate that it's like Lockheed Martin has like anti-gravity technology that they've not shared or exploited for 20 years.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, they just, sure, Lockheed Martin invented the Alcubierre drive and kept that shit under the chest, and still does. And, you know, they can't build a fucking spaceship. Lockheed Martin famously can't build
An airplane.
they can't build a pod that goes to the International Space Station.
Yeah.
Or an airplane. Famously, I don't believe that the company that can't build the fucking F-35 has an Alcubierre drive that they're just keeping under wraps. That one doesn't pass the smell test. I'm sorry.
What a dumb fucking theory. Oh my God. Right? That one, I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
So anyways, that's the Nimitz Encounter. There's no answers. There's just paranoia, just like everything else in this broken country.
Yeah. What a place to leave that.
And then we get Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez asking some good questions, and it does nothing.
Yeah,
because we live in a broken country.
We do.
Anyways, the bomb.
I think we'll take a quick little break so you guys can contemplate how broken this country is, and then when we get back, we'll finish up talking about Arrival.
Yeah, here's some music. Hi, we're back. I'm making a point about how long podcasts are good, actually, because I was talking about how, you know, podcasting isn't like, I don't think anyone sits down and listens to a podcast in the same way as they do a movie. If you do, I like applaud your fortitude. That's crazy. That's like, I'm not even saying that in like a backhanded way. Like I admire you if you can just like sit down and listen to a podcast in the same way that you would like an album.
Yeah.
But
I think sorry, the way you said listen to an album, it tells me so much that you're a musician, because I feel like most people don't sit down and listen really intently to an album.
Fair enough. So that, yeah, I shout out to like the one weirdo who's like listening to this podcast and doing literally nothing else. We salute you for your undivided attention.
Yeah, but thank you for being our number one fan.
But the point
But
the point that I'm making is that most people, I feel like, watch a podcast while they're like doing chores around the house or something.
Yeah.
And in that case, longer podcast is beneficial because all that a short podcast does is remind you of the passage of time.
Yeah, especially one with ads and you have to change the episode after like 60 minutes.
Yeah, a lot of the time I'll listen to podcasts when I'm having like a big insomnia night, and 4-hour podcast is perfect for that because I don't recognize when it's 4 a.m.
Yeah, and it's the same thing as like a really long YouTube video. Yeah. I'm just saying, I think the experience I've had is telling friends, and if you're one of my many friends who is listening to this episode, I love and appreciate you so much. Shout out. But it's really hard to be like, yeah, I'm recording this podcast. Here's episode 1, and it's like 3.5 hours long.
I don't take it personally. Put it on while you're doing chores. I don't care.
Yeah.
Put it on during a road trip.
I just think it's intimidating, like how staggering our intellect.
Our ability to talk about movies we like for 4 hours, our ability to talk about movies we don't like for 4 hours,
our ability to talk about tinfoil segments for an hour. We're kind of the thing that I always say is it's a 5-star runtime, and I say that for a reason.
We're decorating time.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Once again, very musician of me to say.
Yeah. And, you know, if a movie analysis podcast doesn't double the length of the movie they're talking about, then are they really analyzing it?
Yeah.
That's the question.
If you're not going through the movie in slow-mo, then it's just a movie that's just talking about movies, not analyzing them.
Yeah. We're a step above the rest.
I really aspire to set ourselves apart from like mostly people who talk about like Disney content online, and it's all
I really hope we're separated from
it's all like the prototype of person, particularly people who are interested in like Disney, people who are interested in Marvel, people like that kind of space where it's all in-text analysis, and it's all like constructing these like wacko in-universe headcanons as to why something is the way that it is.
Oh yeah, it's like, all of the Disney and Pixar movies are in the same universe.
And we've proven that by showing that like this like set of in-jokes between John Lasseter and like the 5 other people who started Pixar.
Yeah.
We're like using that as like this thing to like show that like the By and Large Corporation is like this evil overlord in every single Pixar movie. And it's like, no, they're just taking the piss at Walmart.
Yeah. Did you know that the aliens from Toy Story are in WALL-E?
I'm an extra textual argument bitch.
Yeah. Well, because that's the actual analysis.
Thank you, Dan Olson, for giving the internet the paradigm that pieces of media are created by people with thoughts and opinions.
God, some people really needed to learn that.
And if you treat a piece of media like it's a documentary, you're going to miss the whole fucking point.
Yeah, exactly.
Treat documentaries like documentaries.
Yeah.
And even those are narratives.
Yeah, even people make those, everything is touched by humanity, and you really got to keep that in mind.
Everything's a narrative, bitch. It came free with your fucking language.
Literally, though, and that's kind of what this is about.
And we're back into the bomb.
Yeah, back into the bomb.
We want the bomb.
The bomb explodes.
When the bomb arrives, there'll be no one left behind.
Also, for reference, we're deep in this pod. It's 8:30. We're not recording where we normally record.
We're gonna try and get out of this so that you can get to bed on time.
At this point,
because you have a day job right now and I don't.
Yeah,
I'm sign up to our Patreon so that this can become our day job.
God, I wish.
And then we'll make even longer podcasts.
If we get enough, here, I'll lay this out now. If we get enough people on the Patreon, we will do the 24 hours of pod in which we talk about Star Wars for a total of 24 hours. 24
hours of pod Star Wars marathon podcast.
Yes, if you want to see that happen, give us your money.
That is explicitly a Patreon stretch goal. We're not doing that until it's paying our bills. So it's your job to make the 24 hours of pod happen, listener.
Yeah, I really want to do the publicity stunt, please.
We want to do the 24 hours of pod so fucking bad.
It's frankly unreal.
The bomb.
So Banks wakes up to the news that evacuations will begin any moment, but as she pushes for the team to stay, the ship rises well out of reach, and the Pentagon is convinced that the heptapods will retaliate right as China declares war on the aliens, and they provide a 24-hour ultimatum before their first strike. One thing I want to touch on really quickly is when the ship begins to like rise up, and I just went to the top of my synopsis.
No.
God, we have to cut all of this.
No.
I know, editing.
It's okay. 4-star runtime. I'm just going to sing that Big Data song more. Because when the bomb arrives, there'll be no one left behind. Because when the bomb arrives, no one will survive.
So the bomb arrives.
Yeah.
When the ship rises up, something that I think is really cool is the sound of the ship moving is actually like the sound of like earth and ice. It's like glaciers and ship breaking apart.
I love that.
Which is really cool because it doesn't sound like a normal spaceship.
It's incredibly monumental as well.
It's such a good sound, and I think when you're watching the movie, you don't necessarily realize that it is like an iceberg cracking, but then once you hear it and listen to it, you're like, oh, that is what it is. But it just sounds so perfect for the way that the ship looks and like what is going on. It sounds like a ship of that size like moving and lifting out of the atmosphere.
Start to end, beautiful sound identity. Nobody is doing it like Villeneuve.
Yeah, gorgeous film on just, like, every single level. It's really amazing.
Fucking no one's doing it like this.
No, nobody is, and I think that we need more people to be doing it like this all the time.
Yeah, like me and you.
Get us in there.
Hire us for movies.
Please. So the China provides the 24-hour ultimatum, and Banks gets another vision of her daughter, and this time at the end she asks, this time the daughter asks for a sciencey version of win-win, and Banks can't think of the right word before she wakes up to Donnelly cracking the case. And he's figured out that Abbott and Costello's big message from before the explosion is 1/12 of a larger whole. They basically, the interesting thing about this is all of the data is like in the negative space of the message that they provide, which I think is really cool. And it's it's exactly 1/12. It's like 0. It's 0.083333 repeating.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And
Mr. Math finally gets his math moment.
Yes. Which is awesome. And
I also want to point out in the like dream sequence where she's like struggling to find the word which is inevitably non-zero sum.
Yeah.
She is like, I don't know, go ask your father.
Yeah.
And it's like really backhanded.
Yeah. And it that is like a brutal moment of like the strained relationship that she has with her ex-husband, who turns out to be Ian Donnelly very shortly. But Banks goes to Weber and Halpern, begging them to share the information with the rest of the world. Halpern is still wary and doesn't see the point in trading information before Donnelly points out that it's a non-zero sum game, which sways Halpern, and we cut back to the vision of Banks's daughter where she finally remembers the right word and she gives it. And again, this is very similar to Contact, where the sharing of information is like one of the pivotal moments in the film, and it is a very common thing in these first Contact as like Earth unification stories.
I mean, freedom of information is one of those overarching political things that we don't talk about as much because it's not directly related to like food hitting your belly.
Yeah.
It's very indirectly related to food hitting your belly. But like, we kind of don't think about the free flow of information until information gets locked up in some very important ways.
Yes, and the freedom of information, it's why libraries are so important. It's why archives are so important.
Go patronize your local library. This podcast is sponsored by libraries in the abstract.
If you don't know how to get a library card, then look up what you need to do for your local area, or the best way to do it, go to the library.
Yeah.
And ask one of the very, very, very nice people who works at the library.
Everyone working at the library is like there because they're passionate about it. They will be very nice and helpful, I promise.
Yes, they're going to be ecstatic to welcome you into the library family. So please go do that. But point being, information sharing, going back to what Donnelly says at the beginning of the movie about science being the foundation and the cornerstone of civilization, the reason that we have like the scientific method and the way that we get that is via like language and the sharing of knowledge. Yeah. And in order to get to the point that we are at today, you need to have the free flow of information and for people to build on previous ideas. Yeah. The sharing of information is key to development. And I think people need to understand that.
And
more.
It's because collaboration is key to development.
Yes. And ultimately, I think this movie is trying to say that. And the team begins trying to get the word out to other countries before a global war starts. It's proving difficult because everyone has turned off their communications. The Pentagon finally gives the command to evacuate, but Banks feels compelled to go to the ship. She walks out into the field.
She just starts running.
Yeah, she just starts going. And she walks out into the field as a pod descends from the ship, and she gets inside of it, and it takes her up to...
This is like a really beautiful like camcorder shot. Yeah. There's like some camera shake in there. It's like really meant to feel like rough and dirty in a way that a lot of the rest of this movie isn't, which makes the shot feel so distinct.
Yes, it's really great. She hops in the pod and it takes her up to meet with Costello, and Banks is surprised to find she I'm moving too quickly here. So she gets into the pod and she starts flying up, which is like a really cool image. We get more of the iceberg cracking sound effect as it flies. And while she's in there, she's in like the smoky, hazy, like gas vapor thing that has been like filling the heptapod side.
She's getting smoked out, dude.
Costello is smoking her out.
Bro!
It's so high.
Oh my god.
She's gonna have the munchies.
Shit.
If
you've not seen the thumbnail,
look at the thumbnail real close, and you can see Costello lighten up.
Hey, all I'm saying, if there is a drug that changes your perception of time,
and as she's like in this, it seems like she's kind of having trouble breathing, but then she gets acclimatized to it. And as she meets with Costello, she is surprised that now she innately understands the heptapod writing and is able to communicate with them. And this even extends into, I believe, understanding the spoken heptapod language, right?
Yeah, well, and like it's interesting because there are some moments where she speaks heptapod with I think it's Costello. We find out in the scene that Abbott is like dying.
Yeah.
Abbott is death process.
Yeah.
Very sad.
Brutal line.
Brutal line. So like I wept for this dying alien.
Yeah.
But even in the scene where she's like conversing with Costello in Heptapod A, she's like, I don't understand. And it clicks with her as she's having these flash forwards. She's like, who is this child?
Yeah.
And that's kind of, she may even say that as she's like rousing from her dream and Donnelly's like explaining the thing to her. But somewhere in here, she's like, who is this child? I don't understand. That's your first watch. That is the moment that you start to understand that these aren't flashbacks.
Yeah.
If you've not like caught any of the foreshadowing, this is like, it makes it explicit to you.
Yeah.
This is a great moment of the movie, like letting you be confused for a while and not holding your hand to this conclusion.
Yes. And I think beautifully what it does is it gives you all of the pieces before you have the answer, and then you go back and retroactively understand everything, which is it's playing with the temporality more.
And as the movie is showing you this conclusion, it clicks. Yeah. And I feel like the movie does a really good job of leading you, the viewer, there without beating you over the head with it. Yeah,
it's really wonderful.
And so she, the big conceit of the movie, she realizes that speaking Heptapod B gives her a nonlinear perception of time, and so she can see her entire life back to her birth, and also her entire life ahead of her up to her death.
Yeah,
including the birth, life, and death of her and Donnelly's child.
Yeah. Well, one of my questions is, do we actually get confirmation that she can see her life before
in the book? We do, I believe.
In the movie, though.
In the movie?
Do we get confirmation that she can see her life prior to understanding Heptapod B?
I think the movie is playing in the same space as the book enough that I just have to assume the answer is yes.
Yeah.
But the movie does leave that ambiguous. The movie doesn't necessarily say that, like, she can see everything going back to her birth.
Yeah.
But she has a clear view of at least everything from between learning Heptapod B up to her death.
Yes, which we see, and it puts all of the previous visions of her daughter into context as
she gains a story to come of her life.
Yes. Roll credits. And so we find out that Abbott is dying, like you said, and Costello basically explains that the heptapod language is the weapon that they were talking about. And
kind of confirms to us that they meant tool, not weapon.
Yeah. And they explain that in 3,000 years, they need humanity's help, which is why they're giving them this information. Mm-hmm. And this is kind of one of the hints that, like, everything is predestined.
Yeah.
That Abbott and Costello have been sent here, with the other aliens as well. Mm-hmm. They have been sent here to ensure a future that is to occur 3,000 years from now. And this is just like one of the many like predestination things.
Yeah. The movie kind of nods to this, but the book gets into it so much more of how, like the ideas around predestination, but I really love the thing that Dr. Banks gets to in a book Dr. Banks gets into, where she's like, within that paradigm, it gives me a lot of questions about like why the heptapods came, or even, and this is where we get a nod to it like way earlier in the script. Do the heptapods even understand the concept of a why?
Yeah.
Do they, is their concept of like obligation and need and like cause and effect the same as ours? Or are they just here because they know they need to be here because they've seen it?
Yeah.
In a like predestination versus not is like one thing to discuss when you don't know what the future holds. You know, if you're operating on predestination and you don't know what the future holds, you're a Calvinist.
Yeah.
For instance. Whereas if like, yeah, this is like a completely different paradigm where it's like, well, I'm predestined to all of this and I can't change it, but I know. And so I'm just kind of along for the ride.
Yeah.
And that's the conclusion that like Dr. Banks gets to in the end of this movie is like, well, I'm along for the ride. I might as well like be present in it.
Yeah. And I want to touch on it more at the end. And when we can talk more about like the whole of the film. And so the big reveal is that the heptapods experience time non-linearly, and they can see the future and the past. And Banks gets another vision, and this is where she asks, "Who is this child? Who the fuck is this?"
Yeah,
and it's the like big twist of the movie, I would say, where Banks realizes that this is her future daughter, and we also realize that this is her future daughter, not a past daughter that she has already lost. And I really love this moment and the way that it just like shifts the narrative. This is the movie's masterstroke in many ways.
Oh my god, yeah.
As like a piece
among
of
a couple
nonlinear
of masterstrokes.
Yes, one of many. So she has this realization, and Costello sends her back down to Earth, where she is brought back to the base while having visions. She talks to her daughter, Hannah, about why her and her husband got divorced, and she says that she told her husband something he wasn't ready to hear, and that he got mad. And she tells Hannah that she knows something that's going to happen, and that it involves an unstoppable disease. She says that Hannah is unstoppable in one of the most bittersweet moments in all of film.
Heartbreaking.
It's brutal. So essentially what happens is Banks and Donnelly, they get together and they have a child and they get married and they raise Hannah, whose name is a palindrome because it's the same forward and backwards. It's very sweet and cute for this formative thing in their life, and because it's the second most important thing that ever happened to them. Is the way I would characterize it. But Banks does this with the knowledge that, well, this is the interesting thing. Banks does this with the knowledge that Hannah is going to die. And she tells Donnelly that. And he, I think understandably, gets really mad that he was not told that his daughter would die, and that it was like withheld from him. And that they even went through with it. That they brought their daughter into the world knowing exactly when she would die, and that it would be a really painful, prolonged death. From
like a terminal illness.
And a young death too. And that is just, there's a lot to that. There's a lot of layers to that. And I think this is one of those moments where science fiction makes for really beautiful interpersonal drama.
No, and I think that's like a thing this movie synthesizes so incredibly well, is that we get this connection between like the very hard science, ling-fi elements of like nonlinear time perception through language, and it connects so beautifully into this like deep, raw, emotional theme about borrowing grief. I think I really got that out of this movie this time, more so than like the last time I watched it previously. As we were like, so behind baseball, we did a couple of pilot episodes for this podcast before we ever released the episode 1 on Contact. One of those episodes was on Arrival, because this is our favorite movie, and we were like, might as well test out the format with a movie we love. Between recording that episode and now, I mentioned this on a previous episode, my sweet beloved bulldog Winston passed away. And, you know, I think this idea of borrowing grief is really relevant there, because more so than like a human relationship, you adopt a dog knowing that it's going to break your heart. You adopt a dog knowing that you will live longer than that dog, and that it's going to crush you when your dog dies. I have a lot of feelings about the fact that it happened for Winston really fast and really young and wasn't fair. And I don't need to get too into that because I don't want to cry on mic. But I think it's this is a plot beat that's really powerful to me right now as I'm processing that grief of my dead dog, and how I kind of knew the whole time, and how I spent all of this time before Winston got diagnosed with cancer.
Mm-hmm.
I spent all this time worrying about him and worrying about what would happen. And I spent all this time, like, you know, for a lot of the last year, I've been, I have like a bad knee. And when I injured my knee, a big, like, structure change in our lives was that I stopped being able to go out on walks with my husband and the dog. And I think I started spending that time just kind of like terrified that something would happen to them while they were out.
Yeah.
And, you know, on the other side of that now that Winston's gone, it was awful. There's literally nothing we could have done better.
Yeah.
They found cancer and it was metastasized and it was too late, and he's a dog and he didn't tell us that he didn't feel well.
Yeah.
I've been thinking so hard about all of that time I spent dreading and how I didn't spend that time being in the moment with. And I think that's like it's a tough fucking pill to swallow with grief.
Yeah.
I think especially as it relates to human grief. Human grief is different from pet grief.
Definitely.
I think with any person, you know, you don't expect your friends to die in their 20s. And that's like gut-wrenching to go through no matter what.
Yeah.
But like as that has happened to me 4 or 5 times in the last couple of years, it's been a really hard go of it, guys. As that's happened to me quite a few times, I find myself worrying about my friends a lot. I find myself worrying about people's safety. I find myself like dreading the next grief that's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I think it's such a tough pill to swallow. I'm not going to act like this movie fixed me, but I think it's a really poignant and kind of beautiful way to consider that idea of borrowed grief for things that haven't happened yet.
Yeah.
And just like, well, yeah, you can exist in that. And maybe, you know, in this we've literally presented a hypothetical where Louise knows something bad is happening to her daughter.
Yeah.
She knows what's going to happen. She knows that it's a terminal illness. She knows there's nothing she can do about it. She turns to her daughter and says, like, you're unstoppable.
Yeah.
I think that worldview is one that I really aspire to in myself, is that idea of like, it actually doesn't matter what's going to happen. I'm here right now.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And all I can do is be here right now. All that we can do is be right here with each other.
Yeah.
And I think the film really explores that idea with a lot of grace and a lot of beauty.
Mm-hmm.
And it made me cry.
Yeah.
And it's going to make me cry again. And this is such a beautiful movie.
It is. The way it discusses grief and goes through the notion of, like you said, everybody knows that they're going to die, and we know everything is going to die, and that is hard. And I think the thing that Ted Chiang talks about when discussing his story is that ultimately this story is about, what if you knew that? How do you deal with that? Like, how everybody knows that, but what if you know the moment?
Yeah.
The exact time and the exact circumstances, and there's nothing you can do to change it.
Yeah.
How does that affect how you go through the world? And what he paints is you savor every moment because you don't have to worry anymore in a weird roundabout way. He imagines a world in which you know when it's coming, and so you are just thankful for all of the moments leading up to it.
Yeah.
And I think that's really beautiful. And I think it's in conversation with the notion of tragedy. And when you look at a lot of older myth and storytelling, especially oral traditions, surrounds like the idea, like a Greek tragedy, of getting a prophecy of what is to come and trying so hard to change it that inevitably you cause it to come about.
Yeah.
And this is the inverse, where you have the prophecy and you know what leads to it.
And you're just powerless.
But in that powerlessness, there is great comfort and great love because you don't have to worry about stopping it.
Yeah.
You just exist. And I think worry and fear and anxiety and dread are key human emotions in a lot of ways, and they serve us well sometimes, But I think the really beautiful thing that this movie says is that letting go of them and living in the now is the most powerful thing you can do, and it's the thing you're going to wish you did, inevitably.
Final fucking boss of therapy.
Yeah.
That
is what it is.
That's
yeah.
radical acceptance, baby.
Yeah.
That is I'm powerless. I just have to be along.
Yeah.
I just have to be here.
Yeah. I have to accept the things I can't change. And death is one of those things, and it's hard, but it's also beautiful. And I think Arrival and Stories of Your Life, they're just really great explorations of it. And
yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's one of those concepts that it's really hard to actually internalize.
Yeah.
You can rationalize it all you want, and it's still so hard to internalize because our brains are hardwired to keep us safe, and we don't deal with uncertainty well, and we don't deal with knowing bad things are going to happen well either. I love that this is a piece of art that gets to talk about that, because ultimately I think creative works are a really powerful tool to address the things we can't deal with otherwise.
Yeah.
I felt this way for I've been having a really rough go of it the last couple of years in therapy. I think just because my life has been at a pace that I can't just go back and relive those things. It's too much. Yeah. I have a mental breakdown every single time I try.
Yeah.
The only way I've been able to compartmentalize those feelings is through creating music, through writing, through these creative works that allow me to step out of myself and into a piece of work.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's really special, and that's really important. And that's not the only reason that movies and artistic works are so special, but I think it's a really big reason that movies and artistic works are so special, is that I think this is a place where creative work can really pick up where therapy leaves you wanting.
Yeah. As an artist, expression is the most important thing that you can do. And I think something that doesn't get talked about enough is, as a storyteller, there is the desire to share a story, and I think that is what drives a lot of people, especially if you're an author or a filmmaker. Mm-hmm. You want to share a story, you want to tell it to other people. But I think the other thing is that sharing it is wonderful in its own reward, but ultimately we need to tell stories because that is how we express ourselves.
Yeah.
And to put something on the page is to get it off your chest.
Yeah.
And I think that's the really powerful thing.
Yeah.
And I think a movie like Arrival, the important thing is, like you said before, you can rationalize this movie and this message about grief and living in the moment and appreciating what you have as much as you want, but it's really hard to internalize it fully. And I think the beautiful thing about art in this movie is that we are not under these circumstances, and the way that Louise Banks responds to this is she acts as a paragon.
Yeah.
It is entirely aspirational.
Yes.
And I think that is the good fiction invites us to strive for a better world and a better self, mm-hmm. and a life worth living.
Yeah.
And I think the beautiful thing about Arrival is that it presents the most extreme version of what we all experience.
Yeah.
And it says there is a way through it.
And it presents that in both extremely concrete political terms, but it also presents that in this very gooey emotional sense.
Yeah.
And not to keep lauding Denis Villeneuve for being the best filmmaker ever and for making the best movies ever, but I have seen so few people thread that needle, mm-hmm. of exploring politics and science and deep human emotion all at once. Usually you get one.
Yeah.
And I think there's something really special in this piece that we get all of it.
Yeah.
I think this is a great place for us to segue into talking about sort of the climax of the film, which is Dr. Banks's conversation with General Shang.
Yes. So essentially, she finishes talking to Hannah and saying that she's unstoppable. And when she's out of these visions, she goes to Weber and she tries to explain everything, but he brushes her off. And she sees into the future. She's at a gala brimming with foreign dignitaries. It's kind of this is the literal unification of the world. It's where everybody is meeting.
And during this, camp is still evacuating. Everything is crazy. Tensions are the highest they've been.
Yeah.
We're on the brink of all-out war.
Yes, we're on the brink of all-out world war, and we cut to a very fancy, very formal, very soft gala where everybody is like very calm and talking, and everybody's like happy to see each other. And she meets General Shang, and he tells Dr. Banks that she's the only person who is able to change his mind, and that she's the reason the world is unified. He shows her his phone number, remarking that he thinks it's important that she sees it.
I don't claim to understand how your mind works, but I think it's very important that you see this.
Yes, which is a great line. And Banks doesn't remember calling him, but Shang tells her that she told him his wife's dying words over the phone.
Which is, I think this is so beautiful. They're spoken in Chinese and we get no subtitles. Doing some research, what she says to him are, in war, there are no winners, only widows. What a fucking amazing line.
Yeah.
What a great tableau of warmongering and geopolitics, and how, like, all of the narratives around geopolitics and war are that, like, these conflicts are just, that these conflicts are necessary, that these conflicts, despite being ugly, are for the best interest of the world.
Yeah.
And, like, no. It's just destruction.
Clearly. It ultimately, it's power for power's sake.
Yeah.
And that is the most corrupting thing I can imagine.
And all it creates is more death and destruction that begets itself.
Yeah. And in the present, Banks has stolen a phone to call Shang directly. She steals the CIA agent's phone, Halpern, and soldiers are hunting her down through the facility, but she's calling him, and she's just able to, like, get through everything.
Like, while M16s are pointed at her.
Yeah, it is, like, down to the wire. And she says everything to General Shang, and then moments later, everyone across the globe stands down. Mm-hmm. And as they do, the ships disappear into smoke.
This is a beautiful scene.
It's so amazing, because one of the beautiful things about the ship is they're so fundamentally alien. They're just like, they look like pebbles, they look like rocks. And I think one of the things that when they were making this film they set out to do was to make ships and do designs that have never been seen before and are entirely unique.
Yeah.
And I think the really amazing, like, one of the really cool things is, like, these ships don't have thrusters. They don't have any clear means of propulsion. And so rather than blasting off at light speed or anything like that, they just dissolve into, like, fog clouds. It is, like, the closest, it's basically like teleportation, and it is so, like, it's breathtaking.
Oh, it's incredible.
And really unique.
And we watch it happen all over the world as almost this, like, symbolism of the unification that's existed after this conflict. And it's, I think, overall, the heptapods are, like, a benevolent presence that has done a lot. But I think from a visual standpoint, it is these really dark, looming obelisks all around the world suddenly dissolving and the sky being open and free again. And I think that is a really beautiful way of saying, like, this looming specter of war, this, like, just, like, internal strife that has haunted humanity is gone. It's leaving. And I think I like that read. I've not thought about it that way, but no, it is, like, there's some metaphor there.
The heptapods are taking it with them. They're excising it, and the dark formations over the sky being gone are proof of a brighter tomorrow.
They gave us their language and took our bloodlust with them. And are hopefully going to dispose of the bloodlust somewhere. It would suck if the heptapods come back in 5,000 years with the bloodlust still.
That would suck. That would suck so bad.
Don't make that sequel, Denis, please.
No. no one make a sequel to Arrival.
No.
I'll go fucking berserk.
Paramount Pictures, you're on notice. Don't make a sequel to Arrival. It's a perfect movie as is.
No notes. And then we get Banks and Donnelly flirting, and we get the worst line ever, where Donnelly is like, "You want to make a baby?" Which is what the novella starts with. Which I do like that as, like, so I don't like the line. I think the line makes my skin crawl.
Cis hetero sex.
Yummy.
Their wretched cis hetero sex, my beloved lesbian sex.
And the thing that the thing that I like is that the novella starts with it and the movie ends with it.
Yeah.
Which I think is a nice little touch.
Yeah.
It's very cute and not to dismiss it, but it's a nice touch.
Good grade on that English paper.
Yes, exactly. But boo that line. They
Yeah.
should have they kept it because they wanted to do the linking the beginning and the end thing, but I hate that line, and I think Ted Chiang should have written something else.
We need to oppress straight people.
They need sensitivity readers.
Yeah.
Is what I'll say. And then the movie ends with a really sweet monologue from Luis about welcoming the future with open arms, despite any pain that comes with it.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing that we were touching on before.
Yeah.
And yeah, really beautiful movie.
Yeah.
Are there any things that you want to like touch on in full?
Other than the last 4.5 hours we've spent touching on it, I think there's got to be something. No, I think I think we've left it all out on the pod.
Yeah.
What an incredible piece.
Truly.
I'm sure I could spend another 4 hours talking about it, and maybe we'll do a part 2 where we just get even more into the weeds. Maybe we'll get famous and we'll have Denis Villeneuve on to like explain all of his production choices about this movie, and that'll take another 4 hours.
I would love that.
But what an incredible piece.
Yeah.
An incredibly like through composed craft piece on its own, but even within the exquisite craft, just having that wonderful narrative sensibility, being able to thread all of these different components together into something that works. I think the only thing that disappoints me about this movie is its unwillingness to throw a math concept at the reader.
Yeah.
And that's an issue I have with more media than just Arrival.
Yeah.
What a great film.
Yeah.
It's like the third time I've said that in the last minute.
I know, but when you're faced with one of the best pieces of art to ever be made, I think, and I don't think that's an overstatement. I think this is one of the best things ever made.
It's up there.
Yeah, I think.
I think it's like I said earlier. It's like I think it's like trying to decide on a favorite color. There's so many good ones. I think there is no best piece of art.
Yeah,
but this is up there. This
yeah.
I would say more generously to other pieces of art and not trying to like I hate the idea of constructing like a power scaling hierarchy of movies. People do this with movies. People do this with like rate my music. I think it's dumb. I think I don't think we should pit creative work in competition with each other. I think that's just like fundamentally at odds with everything that I feel as a person. Yeah. But I think this is a damn near perfect film.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it is like my one gripe with it is like a really small gripe.
Mm-hmm.
I think the movie, what it set out to do, what it does, are all immaculate.
Yeah,
exquisite.
Yeah, I really have no words for this. Arrival is one of the rare confluences of every single craft element coming together to make one of the it's the perfect synthesis.
Yeah,
I think films are one of, if not the like greatest multimedia genres.
Yeah,
or like mediums.
It's the only medium that explores the cross-modal synthesis.
Yeah,
it's the only medium that includes static visuals and motion and audio and dialogue, and like film is this large marriage of every other medium of artwork, I guess, excluding maybe excluding installation work, but even then like set design kind of gets into that.
Video games too.
Yeah.
And I think the thing about video games is that there is a lot of great video game art, but it's still that medium is still very much in its infancy.
Yeah, video games are still figuring out strict narrative.
Yeah.
And some of that is also like I think film, I think maybe a place to contrast video games in film. I think it'd be interesting to review a video game for this show. Maybe we do that as a bonus episode, or we review like Destroy All Humans or something.
Destroy All Humans, let's play.
Yeah. But I think maybe a reason why like movies excel at like this kind of narrative work where games don't, is that movies have a different incentive to them. Whereas games, you're trying to create a fun experience.
Yeah.
You play a game, you watch a movie.
Yeah.
A movie is something where you're a little bit more, you're settling in and you're saying, okay, I'm giving the next 2 hours of my time to this director, and I'm going to trust that it'll be worth my 2 hours.
Yeah. It definitely. And I think, there's a lot to be said about they're very different mediums. They share a lot of similarities ultimately. And I think the important thing is that films have over 100 years of history at this point, and video games do not. And even 100 years, over 100 years, that is not much in the grand scheme of humanity. Because there have been art forms that have been around for thousands. And the rapid pace and the amount of people that exist in the world today makes the development of something like film different in comparison. But still, it's still so young in the grand scheme of things. But point being, this is one of the best movies ever.
One of the best movies ever.
And I think it is the synthesis of all of these different forms of art harmonizing and coming together to tell a really beautiful narrative. And I don't know, it's so perfect on so many levels. It's about translation, and it's the translation of a short story, of a novella, into a movie. And I think that is the kind of, like, even on a meta level, it is the perfect translation. It is all about translation, and it works on all of these different levels, even on the meta level. And I think that it's because of that, it's so
standing in the face of the middle school English class truism that every movie is worse than the book. That's not something that I care about levying at all in this podcast. I think books and movies are just different. I say that because this movie is such a shining example of what you can do with a film adaptation of a novella.
Because it is. I don't think it's the first to experiment with this, but notably it is a large production that is experimenting with like time and narrative, like narrative flux and like all of these interesting ways. And that's not something that we get every day. And I think it is wonderful that a creative like Villeneuve was given a big budget to do something so like out there, do hard sci-fi with some like experimental storytelling techniques. And just like really like swing for the fences and fucking hit the moon. Like it is amazing.
Home run out of the park, win $1 million.
It is everything a movie should aspire to be, and it is kind of. I don't know if we're gonna watch a better movie on this podcast. Is the thing that I'll say. I have a hard time believing that we'll see anything better than this.
Well, shit, now everyone's going to stop listening because we've done the best movie already.
Well, no, okay, so this is the thing. You want to hear about all the stuff that's worse because that is also interesting.
No, you do want to see
the flaws.
You do want to hear about the bad movies.
Yes.
We love bad media. I love analyzing bad media.
And it'll be funny, but it'll also be insightful. And I think the important thing is that all of the stuff that's worse than Arrival is what makes Arrival good.
Every movie after this, we're just going to be exploring why it's not Arrival.
We're switching to an exclusively Arrival based system from here on out. We're gonna give every movie 0 to 5 arrivals.
We're gonna develop
like
a Kill James Bond-esque system for determining how every movie is or isn't Arrival.
How many arrivals would you give this film?
Now that we've gone through like our best, our favorite, our most artsy fartsy movie, I will say I think our movie 2 weeks from now is gonna be a lot of shades of this in a way that we like. So our next movie is gonna be Landscape with Invisible Hand. To start our post-contact arc. We're doing a series of movies that are all about, okay, the aliens are here. I think a post-contact is kind of determined by like, okay, the plot is kind of starting. We've been new about aliens, and this plot is more dealing with the fallout and the aftermath of alien contact. In contrast to the movies we've been watching for the last few weeks that are a lot more about the actual conflict of First Contact itself.
Yeah, as we conceptualized this first season of the show, we divided it into arcs, and this has been like you said, the first contact bit, and the next bit is about when the dust settles.
Yeah.
And how does once everything has sort of like shaken out, what does the world look like?
Yeah.
Once that reality has set in, and I think it's going to be really interesting.
And I think Landscape with Invisible Hand is going to be a fantastic primer on that. Yeah. I love that piece. I'm
really excited.
Another great book movie.
Yeah, I have never heard of it. So Nat introduced me to this. I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to be watching it very soon, and I'm going to be reading it very soon. But originally it's a 2017, I think, novel that got adapted into a 2023 movie.
Yeah.
And it involves the fallout of like a post-contact world, and yeah, it's just going to be an interesting switch, like a modal switch.
Yeah, but so that's going to be in a month, and in 2 weeks you're getting our academic seminar on pre-contact movies. We're going to spend an episode, hopefully not a 5-hour long episode, but we're going to spend an episode kind of combing back through the movies we've watched, maybe looking at things with our slightly different tinted glasses. Mm-hmm. Now that we've seen everything, I think it's going to be really interesting. I think I'm going to have a lot of fun getting into themes and talking about like the way that narratives get structured.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for our synthesis episode. And we're also, this podcast is still in its early stages, so I'm like, y'all better send us questions to respond to. If you don't, then we're really gonna have to scramble for time. But yeah, send us questions, and we will most certainly be talking about them in our pre-contact synthesis epised.
Yeah.
So get excited for that. Get excited for media analysis. Get excited for academic discourse. AI, despite the best efforts of Anthropic, can't think. And so that machine doesn't have a brain, so you've got to use your own.
Yeah.
So get excited about using your brain.
Yeah.
With us for our next episode.
Yes, it's very exciting. If you have made it this far, if you've gotten in, what are we at? Almost 4.5 hours into this podcast. If you've made it this far, please just shoot us a question. No matter how simple or banal you might think it is, I would love to hear what everybody, or an opinion. It doesn't even need to be
your
a question.
lovely engagement.
Yeah, just anything at all. So, and we will talk about it. And regardless, we're going to talk about all of these movies together in the end. That is the dream, to have a dialogue with the audience.
Yeah.
And
so that's the episode.
Yeah, that is going to do it for this episode, folks. Please rate, review, and share the podcast so we can continue talking about the science fiction that fills our hearts and minds.
Thank you so much, Robert, for coming on and interviewing in this episode. That was so amazing. Hopefully it's not the first and last interview we have on this podcast, but I can't thank Robert enough for his time. He's so lovely, and it was truly wonderful talking to him and getting his perspective on working on this film.
Yes, and I think in the show notes I will link to, if we can, if he has some social media that he would like us to link to, I got that. Yeah, and we can link to a list of his work so that you guys can go and seek it out.
Yeah.
And engage, because he is a wonderful, wonderful artist, and an amazing sport for the interview. Yeah.
Just released an album last week on Coup Records. Go check that out.
Yippee!
Robert Aiki Aubrey Lowe.
Yes.
Cool guy.
And like we were talking about earlier, if you have questions or thoughts you'd like to share, you can send us an email. The email is submissions@poetspod.com.
It's also submissions that should have sent to poet.com. We have both domains.
Yes, we have multiple domains. The easier one to remember is submissions@poetspod.com, and that'll go right to us, and we'll read it, and we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Just... If you want to be anonymous, leave a note. If you want us to shout out a name, put that in the email, everything like that. And then before we close out fully, is there anything you'd like to point the audience towards, Nat?
No, I don't have any forthcoming releases at the moment. That might change next episode. Subtle foreshadowing. Be good and watch movies, everybody.
Be good and watch movies.